Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Monday, April 22nd. Now, let's see. Have we got everything set up the way I want it to go? Probably need a fourth monitor at this point. I'm not going to really bother to try and get one now that I'm dual streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So, yeah. But yeah, having two versions of OBS running at the same time, the fact that that works at all is, first of all, surprising, and second of all, it's just not working as well as I would like it to do. Like, inherently, you would think you wouldn't just need two versions of OBS open at the same time, plus a lot of workaround. You'd think that there would just be an option. The Duel Pass reset with seemingly no fanfare at all. I just happened, as I was logging in today, recognized that I'm back down to Duel Pass level 1, maybe even 2 already, without having done anything. But yeah, the Duel Pass here reset, and yeah, nothing really stops me from buying the Duel Pass at the moment. The expanded Duel Pass thing, it always pays for itself. So yeah, you get 700 gems if you pay 700 gems, as long as you get to level 100, and you're always going to get to level 100. So it does just make a lot of sense to go with the gold Duel Pass. It also gives you 100 crafting points for ultra rares, which is almost nothing, and a mate and a wallpaper in this case, which are also approaching nothing in value in my mind. Like, I really wish that there was something more valuable in my mind as far as what Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel offered, but there isn't, and that does create this situation where there is just not a huge amount of enthusiasm when they do add something new, because it just all blends together. That 10,000 cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the original card game, or the trading card game, all of that is just crushing. Even the 4,047 cards of these legacy cards is crushing, because it's inherently telling you that there's, of potentially 10,000 cards, 4,000 are not interesting. They're up to 7,999, which also implies to me that they've been very slow to add new cards. We'll try and keep an eye out and see when this crosses a threshold to 8,000 cards in the Master Duel Master Pack set. And then this expires in a couple of days. But that's fine, because I don't have any of those packs anyways. What's not so fine is this dual triangle. This is fairly annoying in the last recording, in that we just didn't really accomplish much. Yeah, we'll try again here. We may need to move away from that one team and try some loner decks from the other teams instead. In fact, today would be a great day to just go ahead and do that, just for entertainment purposes and for variety's sake. Now, I'm starting a little bit late here. I'm still, I think, in what will probably be classified as a recovery point from my minor emergency that's distracted me for the past 2 to 3 weeks. That, like, I've managed to gain the motivation to go back and start playing Hand of Fate 2. The idea here is I'm up to the quest Judgment, which is probably either the second to last or the third to last quest, if I can really beat it. And that is kind of the big if, is there's going to be a lot of off-screen playing of Hand of Fate 2 to beat it, because inherently the way to beat Judgment with and get the gold token instead of just getting silver, and is that you would have had to have fully completed the first 4 companions side quests throughout the playthrough of the entire game. And I've been playing Hand of Fate for over 50 hours here, and it's been a very rough experience, and I have not accomplished any of the companions full quests, because the last action in each companion's full quest is extremely difficult. But yeah, without having made that level of progress, which I suspect less than 10% of players have even made it to where I am, you can't keep your characters alive in Judgment, and by not keeping your characters alive, you're making yourself weaker for the final battle. So, and there is just a final battle in almost every challenge. So, there's a real danger of rage quitting, and this is the 4th or 5th time that there's been a real danger of rage quitting with Hand of Fate 2, but I just want to get done with the game, one way or the other. I kind of don't care, either way. I can't really recommend Hand of Fate 2. I'm not even sure I really liked Hand of Fate 1, but I feel like Hand of Fate 2 has certainly made it even more difficult, and yes, that means you could get more entertainment if you're enjoying what Hand of Fate 2 is offering, and you can play for longer amounts of time. But it also means that if you're struggling, and even playing on easy mode, which is, I have to remind myself that I am actually playing on easy mode, it's just going to make it even more difficult. But what I want to do is finish Hand of Fate 2. Find some motivation to schedule some videos and get all the videos scheduled and ready to go, and then put in the time to play Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is the one game that was made by Obsidian and not Bethesda of the recent Fallout games. The first 2 Fallout games and the Brotherhood Tactics game also were not made by Bethesda, so really Bethesda has only made Fallout Shelter, Fallout 76, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4. But each of those games is getting some little bit of things, whether it's a skin. Fallout 4 is getting a next generation update as far as visuals, and so all of those things would be reasonable to play if the update comes out quick enough. But even at that, the TV series really points you very much in the direction that you should play Fallout New Vegas. And so, since nothing is being updated, no visual updates or no promotion, really. In particular, I listened to like the Microsoft podcast, and they mentioned every single Fallout game available that they were interested in, and very noticeably, Fallout New Vegas was not mentioned there. It is very much the black sheep of the group of games. So yeah, my contrarianism in part definitely points me to say, hey, let's play Fallout New Vegas. Let's see how that goes. At the very least, it would be the most interesting take as far as if somebody was going to buy a cheap Fallout game and play it that I can actually bear. I already did little quick looks on Fallout 1 and 2 and Brotherhood Tactics or whatever the other side game is. And all of those top-down 2D isometric games are just not something I could really bear to play. I'll never be that big of a Fallout fan. And I've already done a playthrough through Fallout 3, so there's no reason to play that again for a third time in my life. I probably would never do that. So it really would just bounce between, do I want to play Fallout 4, potentially starting before there's an update, or before an update happens that might need patches and more updates, which is definitely a possibility. Or do I want to play New Vegas, since it's pretty obvious that if there is going to be any update to New Vegas, it's probably going to be a fan mod or something like that. And I don't think I know of any fan mod that I would really want to play. Now, noticeably, I haven't been touching my Steam Deck for 3 or 4 days, and when I turned it out, tried to turn it on today, the battery was completely drained. So I think either in myself changing settings or being in desktop mode, I think there is probably some battery saving hibernation settings that are wrong there. I tried to change them and see if that happens, but very clearly you would put the Steam Deck to sleep, obviously, and then after 20-30 minutes or so, whatever amount, it seems like you can't even really pick the amount, it should go into hibernation mode. The difference between sleep and hibernation mode, as is described, let's see, can we change teams? Change group. Let's just go with Fusion, and then select Fusion Loner Deck 1. Sleep means your computer is still using some amount of power, and the RAM is still being powered up. So when you awaken from sleep, it is in the exact same state as far as the RAM has the same values, the programs are at the exact same process. Processors will continue processing from where they last stopped. Hibernate, on the other hand, strives more to put the entirety of the RAM state into a hybrid file, which is literally what Windows calls it, hybrid file.sys or something, and it writes it to a hard drive permanently or semi-permanently, and then shuts down all electrical processes. So your computer is just completely asleep there at that point. Now, how it shuts down there, I believe, is that with either the S1 or S3 instruction set, I think is what they're called, for sleeping, you tell the BIOS that you're hibernating instead of shutting down the computer normally. And so that tells the BIOS to, when it effectively reboots for half a second, realize, oh, this isn't a cold boot from scratch, this is a wake up from hibernation. And so then it'll continue the process of then reading that file and putting it back into the RAM. The short of it is, you want sleep if you want your computer, in particular the Steam Deck, which is going to be much more focused around saving battery. You want sleep after maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and then you want hibernation after 30 minutes or more, because yeah, you want to save your battery as much as possible. And the fact that it's so adjustable both via the settings in the desktop mode and then less adjustable, really, there's less settings considerably in the Steam gaming mode, probably is another place where there really should be overlaps of where those settings are, and they should, changing it in one place should probably change it in the other place, but it doesn't feel like that's a guarantee. And before you put your Steam Deck to sleep, if you are only idle for a couple minutes, you probably just want the screen to dim and the screen to turn off, which will save a significant amount of power also. one of the things I've noticed about desktop mode is that the Steam client often prevents the computer from going to sleep if it's downloading. So I imagine I have the wrong settings on the Steam client, and it's been told to keep the computer awake while downloading updates, which is almost certainly the wrong choice for a Steam Deck or any battery connected device. The Steam client itself pretty much designed for computers plugged into walls, so those kinds of considerations are probably pretty new to Valve. One thing Valve is doing is they have a setting on the Steam Deck to allow programs to use a lot more RAM. It's in a page file system, but that's kind of irrelevant to the point. There is a fairly small maximum number set in Linux because Linux otherwise has always been designed to run on pretty old computers and have programs that are run particularly well or efficiently. They're not designed to accommodate people who write terrible programs. Let's just name a spade here and say that would be video game programmers making video games for Windows, or Windows programmers in general making Windows programs. There is a much higher culture of inefficiency that is acceptable amongst Windows developers versus Linux developers, where Linux developers, well, are much nerdier and much more obsessed around efficiency. So it is already speaking to the amount of influence that the Steam Deck and Valve have already gained out of just releasing and getting a lot of hype around the Steam Deck, that several main core distributions of Linux are changing that setting to match the Steam Deck. Whereas the default kernel group being particularly persnickety and not wanting to change it because they would rather just point out that programs that need the setting this high are really buggy. They are unlikely to actually make that change. And they're not wrong, really. But there is always that argument of not letting perfection be the enemy of good enough. And Linux kernel group in particular definitely seem like they are striving more for perfection than good enough. The issue, of course, is if the setting is set too low, games may crash. So by letting games just use way more RAM than they should, you potentially have one more game that runs better, and that's all an end user on a Steam Deck is going to care about, and it's pretty much all anybody's going to care about. Let's see. I don't know how many of these I really can do. It's been a long time since I've done just a standard fusion. So to move, we'd ask how high can we get? I guess we can get that high. Activate this to draw cards. Now, noticeably, if I am going back to Hand of Fate 2, I've kind of skipped on finishing the first script that I really wanted to do, the Entomber script for the Steam Deck. I could say it's like 99% done, but it needs testing and debugging, and in reality that's something that will add a lot more time and work than I imagine I'm thinking it will. But it is the right move, certainly, to get back to making footage or scheduling footage anyways. Get back to being a YouTube content creator. My YouTube channel is still going in the right directions, and I did work on the chapters code a little bit. I'm not sure I got it perfect this time. I'll check afterwards. As far as adding chapters to these videos, which is still something I aspire to. I didn't work on the idea of updating the follow list cleanup macro, but that is certainly in the back of my mind too. And I still am very much in a situation where there will be times where I'm going to have limited sections of large amounts of time to make footage. I have some of that now. For the past couple of weeks I've had very little of that, but there is still distractions that could pop up. And yeah, I also have to admit that the Steam Deck at this point, while I love owning it, it is definitely in the danger of just being ignored and put on a shelf too often. So I'm still struggling to find the best way to integrate the Steam Deck into my day-to-day activities. And there's definitely room for that, like when I run the macro to get the news for these live streams. Usually that's an hour, it feels like, of the macro running. And when I'm scheduling videos, usually if the macro runs by itself and it doesn't break, that's another hour. Meanwhile, what I have been doing, instead of using the Steam Deck to potentially play some other games, was very much a case of watching Cracking the Cryptic and other Sudoku puzzle people. And increasingly I'm recognizing that I'm getting worse at learning anything new from the Cracking the Cryptic Sudoku variants. They are all so hard that it is very much a case where maybe I'll get step 1 or step 2 and then I'll have no clue as to how to get to step 3 or step 4. And so I'm watching the video just to explain the step 3 or step 4, but a lot of times I'm also just falling asleep and not really even interested in learning. So yeah, I am a poor student, to say the least, as far as trying to learn these Sudoku variants. On a rare occasion, if it's very easy, I will be able to accomplish it, and I am watching the videos at double speed, so even at double speed there is an occasional point where I will get a concept before the Cracking the Cryptic or other YouTubers get to that point. Often they will go in one direction and I will go in a different direction, and then the two directions will eventually meet up in the middle. And who's to say which way of thinking it was better? Usually I would assume my way of thinking was worse. Yeah, we're still struggling here with this event, and I feel like this event is just going to be a struggle for 8 days, and then I'm not going to get anywhere with it, and then we'll be into the new month and just go back to ranked playing. One thing that seems interesting about this fusion deck is that there's so many cards that theoretically could be fusion decks. So I'm not really sure why they're picking these specific loner decks, other than perhaps to just be interesting. I am at least activating cards, summoning cards, activating spells. All of that probably means something. But I think also I am ready to go ahead, since we started a little late today anyways, and jump into news. Excuse me. So Steam Deck on Twitter, which now that I've put a rubber case on my Steam Deck, I don't even really recognize the Steam Deck in this form. I still am questioning maybe if I would want to buy other triggers, but if I was going to buy triggers, I don't think I want ones that just stick on. I would prefer to have ones that I could take the whole Steam Deck apart. Oh, and I guess that is the big news. Hey, look at that. I've won by a connection failure. Maybe we'll get several victories in a row with connection failures if we're lucky, and get through this whole thing. One can only hope. The LCD versions, the lesser versions of the Steam Deck, are back in stock as far as being refurbished, or at least they were a couple days ago when I saw it on Slick Deals. Now, the least expensive version of that is the LCD 7nm instead of 6nm version with the EMC storage, which, if you're going to buy that with the storage being 64 gigabytes, be prepared that within 3 months or so you're going to have to take it apart and do a little bit of surgery to replace that internal storage with a much larger one. And your savings there probably won't be huge there, because I would say 256, 512, 1 terabyte. Potentially, instead of buying 1 terabyte of storage, buy something that's faster at 512. Even buying something faster than that is 256 than a 512 is definitely a consideration. A heavy amount of that is just going to be what game you're playing, how much it's loading, and how much you might install and uninstall things, or transfer files from some other reason. But yeah, the EMC versus an NVMe style storage is going to be particularly slow, and it's going to give you the worst possible performance you can get. Otherwise, except for the internal storage, there really isn't any other difference, I think, on the screens. Maybe there is. It's been a while now. I think maybe there was a difference in the style screens also. Clearly the first generation, the non-OLED version of the Steam Deck, was experimenting with the screens. I don't think Valve has got enough influence to order screens that they should have been ordering in the first place and consistently have the same kinds of screens. So yeah, I would double check just to make sure that on that. But I also have to say, having the OLED version, I don't know what I'm really getting here. And I think that is the case for most people, unless you bought the LCD version, some version of the LCD first generation Steam Decks. You won't have two next to each other to really compare. I wouldn't even be surprised if they came out with Steam Decks that have just micro LCD or instead of OLED screens, since that seems to be the way Sony panel televisions are going, and it really is only Samsung or Sony's separate subsidiaries that make TV panels that are making all the screens, basically. But yeah, the big point to point out is that those refurbs have not been available I wonder if they are building up the inventory somewhat for the summer sale, which they still really haven't mentioned or talked about yet. I would hope that this wouldn't be a situation where they're getting rid of the refurbs in favor of yet another small update on the Steam Deck. Although I'm not sure what you could really update. Like, there's some major things that can be changed, certainly, but at that point, whatever you change should just be called a Steam Deck 2. Like, you really can't upgrade the PC or the Wi-Fi or add a second spot for an extra internal storage or something like that. Yeah, you can't change it that drastically. In fact, even the screens and the OLED being changed that much obviously needed different names. But yeah, my bigger speculation is that if you bought a really cheap refurbed LCD, maybe during the summer sale, they will come out and have some OLED refurbs showing up. Which, if that was the case, I would fully suggest going with a OLED refurb at that point. Even if you got the smallest OLED that has 256 gigabytes, that is more than enough. In fact, I would probably just buy the refurbed OLEDs if they went on sale. Hopefully it would be $100 off and not just $5 off for being refurbed. But yeah. Inherently, Valve needs to get rid of the LCD versions because there needs to be at least a version 2 of the LCD screens, even if they were going to keep the LCD screens that are on the 6nm process instead of the 7nm process for battery efficiency. And so at that point you're changing everything around. But that's not even why I had the Steam Deck Twitter here. I just wanted to point out that the Steam Deck has apparently started to retweet more games that are putting out that their games are Steam Deck verified. So yeah, verification seems to be going up. I'm pretty sure that there was a little bit of an update on Proton, so they are working hard. Plus, a lot of these newer games, just out of the box, can be Steam Deck verified, assuming Valve is putting in enough time and energy to actually verify these games. That being said, one is hoping that verified means it actually works. There is always the danger it says it's verified, but it still has some bugs. But yeah, before that, they put out an April 1st list of what was top played in March, and then they've been eerily quiet until they retweeted April 17th. So they kind of have nothing to say, pretty obviously. Not a single one of these is an original post since April 1st. This was a pinned post from November 16th. But I don't know if you really should take anything from that. It is wiser, I would say, for them to start reposting people and making their Twitter feed matter. And hopefully they have a real social media person running it and not just some low-level programmer being in charge of it when they want to be in charge of it. Which it's very feasible that that is the case. We've also not seen the lady or the guy that were starting to feel like they were going to be the figureheads and the faces of Valve, at least around the Steam Deck. We haven't seen them in a while either, so we'll see if they come back, or if one of them comes back at least. it's time for Valve to make a figurehead and face of the company. Gabe Newell is old and probably less interested in really doing it, and it is time to just pick somebody new to be the spokesman and have a real spokesman. Maybe even have a mascot other than, I guess, Cho, or I've forgotten who the character in Half-Life even is, what his name is. Well, I've never played Half-Life, so I guess I have a bit of an excuse there. Not Gordon Ramsay. I think his name is Gordon something, or something Gordon. Alex, really, from Half-Life. Alex is probably going to be your mascot, if anybody. She's the most recent character. Or G-Man. G-Man could be here. None of those are really good mascot characters, though. They probably should make somebody who is just unique to Steam to be the Steam mascot, and Valve just sticks with their little Valve logo, which their Valve logo has certainly changed quite a lot from being an actual plumbing valve onto the back of a bald man's head. But yeah, there is something interesting about how much silence there is. In contrast, let's do a little bit more research and see when the last tweet from Valve Software was. Let's see, April 18th, a repost for Dota 2, and then we have a repost from December 22nd, 27th, 2023. And here's one of the ladies in the year of review, December 18th of 2023. So you can see Valve is also not really tweeting too much. Now, how much of that has to do with the fact that it's Twitter/X and nobody really wants to use that anymore, or how much is it that Valve just has nothing really to say? Even when you look at their images here, yeah, Dota character, Team Fortress character, Half-Life 2. I have no idea what this even is. Counter-Strike Go, Left 4 Dead, Portal, and maybe that's Artifact character. I don't even know. Like, I really have to guess. And it's kind of interesting, I would say, when you look at this banner, how everything is just in black and white, as if it's in memoriam of all these characters being dead and all these games being abandoned. And then Valve has changed their logo somewhat. No longer really having a Valve logo and being more red and black in its logo, which again probably doesn't mean much. Video Games Chronicle says that a new Fortnite setting is going to let players avoid seeing, quote, confrontational emotes. We want emotes to be a source of good vibes. I am not sure which emotes in particular they are talking about, but it does seem like you're going to get into a very mushy middle situation there, where individual people are going to be able to potentially individually turn off what could be a very long list of emotes. And I imagine a lot of players are going to just want emotes to be turned off quite a bit, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be players that are going to straight up try to emote in your face, and they're just going to look like they're standing there doing nothing, which would be about the only way I could imagine you would do that, is just as the emote is playing out on the character, it's just on the player's side, the other player's side, just having the character stand there in stillness. Yeah. The L dance, I guess, for loser, I guess maybe it's confrontational. There's a side story here that apparently Samus Aran was going to be in Fortnite, but Nintendo wanted the character to be exclusive to the Switch version, and they weren't willing to do that. Which, yeah. That sounds like Nintendo, and I'm a little surprised that Epic wouldn't bow down into that. But it is also very much a statement that the Samus Aran character would be picked by Nintendo because that's the one they cared the least about. Let's see. Yeah, here's that headline. Samus Aran didn't appear in Fortnite because Nintendo wanted her to be a Switch exclusive. Which, also in fairness, if you're not going to have her in a Zero suit or in some other non-armor suit, she would stand out quite as a very different looking character compared to your average Fortnite character. Probably not stand out that weird to the licensed characters. They already have Darth Vader in Fortnite, I know, and he's in full armor. But yeah. So we get a little bit of Fortnite information if people actually care about Fortnite, which is a big if. And there's just nothing happening here. It's really slow. You can see this person's built up their health quite a bit. We do have a GameDeveloper.com story here saying that the ESA says members won't support any plan for libraries to preserve games online. The proposed plans for archiving older games at libraries don't strike a chord with the Entertainment Software Alliance, I believe is what ESA stands for, which it's important, I guess, to always explain that they are a lobbyist group funded and effectively run or under the thumb of the likes of Microsoft and Nintendo and Sony, all of which are, well, Nintendo in particular, very much obsessed with piracy and in no way interested in preserving games really at all, and definitely not willing to even take the first step of what the future, that utopian future should be, which is that games would be preserved online for historical sake, and then eventually very old games would probably be allowed to be rented and checked out like books would from a library from a online style of interface, which is something you can do now through several different third-party services for other things, audiobooks, sometimes movies, things that inherently can be digitized have been taking the steps to be digitized, and then there would be one single license to rent, or some number of licenses to rent per local library. And so if it wouldn't be a case that everybody in the region of local library could all rent the game or rent a book at the same time. You have to wait. All of this is just the default clash of capitalism clashing with the fact that information and art best benefits society when it is free to all. There's, even if they were talking on the terms of public domain, I think the ESA is saying they wouldn't even support in any way public domain games being preserved digitally, even if that has nothing to do with actually renting out the games. Like, there is definitely a scenario where games could be preserved digitally on a server in the libraries, some libraries, probably not all, and then you would have to get special permission to go into that special collection and see the game via a computer that is directly connected to that server, and it's never online or on a computer. It's probably better straight up for the ESA to just be honest and say this, because we kind of knew that this was going to be the ESA's stance anyways, as long as Nintendo was involved. And that does just allow the Library of Congress to say, well, screw the ESA, they don't make the rules, we do, we're the government, and we're going to let the libraries do it. Now, it is a big if to say that the library, to ask if the Library of Congress is going to grow the cojones to do that and say screw the ESA for the benefit of the rest of society. And it certainly isn't a fair playing field, and this is inherently how capitalism corrupts governments, in that the ESA is almost certainly $1 billion, if not $1 trillion company that is pouring lobbying funds into the re-election campaigns of politicians who effectively have influence and pass laws to benefit the ESA. On some levels, that's downright necessary, because otherwise you would have very old, out-of-touch politicians banning video games left and right, which we managed to avoid most of that, and right now they're mostly just focused on TikTok, and at least their arguments around TikTok are somewhat based in some reality, whereas banning video games would probably be completely not based in reality. But yeah, the ESA very possibly has at this point outlived its usefulness, and I think we very possibly are at a point where games should just give up on having ESRB ratings, which ESRB is a subsidiary of the ESA, in favor of just self-reporting their own content and selling games online. The fact that ESA won't support libraries to preserve the game, one would hope libraries just ignore them and do it anyways. And if libraries, true public libraries, don't do it, certainly there will be private collectors that will do it as much as they can. But the support would have been very helpful. It's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to back up, say, a alpha version of a World of Warcraft server. You need the companies to actually work with you on that, if a lot of the code is behind the scenes in the cloud somewhere. It's very limited in its usefulness to play a game like The Crew, or one of those racing games that has recently been shut down, where the servers have been shut down. But yeah, there's just been no desire at all for preservation. This screenshot is a bit of a misnomer, but it does kind of highlight probably the state of where just even physical media around video games is. You have here a lot of like what look like game manuals, or possibly some of these are comic books, magazines. A lot of them might be magazines too, and the spines look very cracked on a lot of them. They're in rough shape, and it is questionable for any individual magazine if there is even one copy, or even a digital amalgamation you can make from several different copies to get something close to mint condition on these. And paper magazines and such, digitizing them takes a lot more work and a lot more care and love than just putting a disk into a drive and backing up the disk image, which is what you could do for a lot of old video games. Of course, if it is a NES cartridge thing, you need a cartridge reader, and you're making ROMs at that point. It's important to also, I think, point out that the libraries are doing, or need to at least do, a lot of work to do it well. It's not just getting this stuff and having a big pile of stuff. It's organizing, labeling, and categorizing and inventorying, everything to know what you have and what you don't have when it becomes overwhelming. This is a picture of just one shelf, and you can see in the back there are just more boxes with shelves. And unlike your standard bookshelf in the library, you can only really, with these boxes, hold 4 or 5. And you need to use these kinds of file folder boxes that have the hole in it so you can stick your finger and pull it out. Because the magazines will lean over on each other and bend and twist and break themselves if you have any more than 4 or 5 in a row. Whereas thicker books with stronger bindings, books that were designed to actually last, with magazines and player's guides were designed to really be trashed and thrown away. Regular books tend to be in better condition and have the ability to be put on the shelf next to 30 or 40 books without any real problem. Inherently, the weight might even be heavier because you might be getting a higher density of magazines, so the shelves might have to even be even stronger, although a good shelf will be pretty good. Anyways, in 2023, the Video Game History Foundation revealed that 87% of games released pre-2010 were currently not preserved in any capacity. How they got that number maybe is questionable. We'll never really have perfect numbers, but it is very believable, certainly. I look at my own personal backups and the struggle. I've never been able to really get over the hump and get my servers to actually back up things, and even my YouTube channel is not backed up. Easily 83% of everything that I would like to have backed up is not backed up, and it would be very difficult and take a lot of work to get it backed up, and I need to do that at some point. I'm just not really prioritizing it. Yeah, ESA is not really the friend of society by any means, and barely does anything good for gamers other than preventing the government from going overboard. But inherently, gamers could probably, if they just had their own lobbyist group that was not first and foremost under the thumb and control of Nintendo and Microsoft and Sony, who are first and foremost only interested in making as much profit as possible, we could solve this problem pretty easily. A lobbyist group of gamers, for gamers, by gamers would potentially work very well. We could make our own review system. We could potentially even do our own E3. The problem there, of course, would be that the ESA would try and crush any competition, and game companies like Nintendo and Microsoft and PlayStation would probably not ever embrace that lobbyist group. And who would really run it is the question. It'd have to be a very passionate board of people who are also very competent at running a lobbyist group. And frankly, it's, instead of making a lobbyist group of gamers for gamers and trying to change the laws, it's easier just to kind of break the laws and have ROM collections yourself, and have that vault, to reference Fallout, full of video games for once the internet potentially goes down. But yeah, pretty much have to leave it at that. Speaking of Fallout a little bit, we have yet another video game that's becoming a movie, which is not really connected to Fallout, really. But what's weird about this is it's Strange Scaffolds El Paso Elsewhere. I assume the game actually was called El Paso Elsewhere. It's becoming a movie. I don't recognize this game at all. It sounds to me... they're saying it's an acclaimed shooter. When did this get made? The third-person shooter released last year as a love letter to PlayStation 2 action games old, namely the Max Payne series. So I just completely missed this game. I probably talked about it multiple times when it was coming out, but that was more than 6 weeks ago, and anything more than 6 weeks ago would take forever. There's still nothing going on here. This is the slowest I've ever had of these games. It's just intolerable at this point. So we have a Video Games Chronicle headline here that says Stellar Blade will be uncensored in all regions. The PlayStation exclusive is out next week. It has taken them a long time to get to this point to say this, which means it probably was being discussed or going through different review boards up until this point. But it's important to define what uncensored means, particularly in a collaborative effort or a piece of art that takes multiple steps to actually be created. Because inherently, in games more than anything, censorship can happen very early, and it can very easily be labeled as something that isn't censorship. First of all, the self-censorship in the minds and the hearts of the artists themselves always happens. And we could probably ignore that, because if we're going to say censorship is the removal of the artist's original intent, we could probably make an argument that if their original intent doesn't even go as far as putting that first line of code or that first bit of paint on the canvas, then we are making an impossible standard at that point as far as anything ever being censored. But in video games in particular, compared to an artist painting a painting, there's then committee meetings. There's influence from outside people, outside meaning co-workers, outside meaning publishers and people outside of the business, outside meaning people who are being paid to give their suggestions, outside people such as funders or accountants. So, like, there's just a long list of people who would give their opinion, which would have some influence and cause a level of censorship there. But let's say it gets into some form of content and Stellar Blade gets into the alpha. Well, then you have game testers playing the game and giving their feedback. That's going to, in this collaborative effort, change things once again. It really is, in video game terms, just completely different than having, say, Leonardo da Vinci paint the Mona Lisa, or anybody else paint anything, is that you can literally just have a picture in your mind and paint it, and you don't have to really deal with anybody. Perhaps if you are being patroned and somebody is paying you for the painting, you'll have to follow within the instructions of what they want done there, but that usually is like one king or lord or duke paying you, so one royal person censoring you, not entire groups of people potentially having influence. And yeah, I suppose there definitely were times when the Catholic Church would have stepped in and censored things, or even in modern times, depending on what theocracy you might be living in the Middle East, there might be censorship, or depending on what dictatorship you're living in like China, there might be censorship for propagandic reasons. But yeah, this is a long way of saying it's kind of hard to say ever that anything is truly uncensored in video games. What this statement really is saying is that the level of censorship, if there is any, will be the same throughout all the world. And I wouldn't be surprised, as we've seen this happen before, if this statement has been put out by some publisher who, and then the reality proves to be completely different, and that there is going to be something that is slightly different in different versions, inherently, because if nothing else, you are translating the languages. So Stellar Blade is made from a Korean company, so one would assume that the Korean language would be the default language. Translating that to English and then translating that to Japanese, or translating it from Korean to Japanese, both. Wow, I have a lot of daily quests still to do. I think those kinds of translations and localizations typically do fall much closer to the level of censorship when things get changed for seemingly no other reason. It is worth pointing out, though, once again, that I feel like there's been a little bit of oversaturation of pre-release promotion of Stellar Blade. It's kind of hard to care about this, or even censorship, until I really start to get feedback from players who say, yeah, the game plays really good and it actually is a good game to play. I mean, this very much could be a game that is visually appealing, but very poor to play, and it would just disappear, I think, fairly quickly. I talked about in the last stream, I believe, how much Starfield has kind of dropped the ball, and I saw another YouTuber make a video very similar to that. He didn't really say anything much different, but yeah, Starfield, in the shadow of the Fallout TV series, really is getting either directly forgotten about or devastated by comparison. They just haven't really updated Starfield, added anything new to it. There is no cross-promotion between Starfield and Fallout at all, in the Fallout TV series at all. Yeah, Starfield definitely feels like a game that was trying to be a sci-fi version of Skyrim while still having all of the gameplay concept designs that you would expect from a game as old as Skyrim, instead of trying to be something new and revolutionary, which is what it really needed to be. The location really doesn't matter. Fallout's location and theme is intriguing, certainly, but it doesn't matter if Bethesda makes a fantasy game in the Elder Scrolls universe, or makes a sci-fi game in a Starfield universe, or makes a Nuka-Punk themed game in the Fallout universe. None of that is going to work in the future without some major updates to how their engine works and how they approach gameplay. And while they may have tweaked their engine quite a bit compared to Skyrim for Starfield, it's still kind of doing the same things. It still feels like the same things. Yeah, and yeah, to wrap up on Stellar Blade, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if next week a lot of people play it and they go, oh, it's just a game, and it's not anywhere as lewd as we thought, or oh, it's too anime-esque. Almost certainly you're going to hear a lot of mainstream video game journalists, if you follow mainstream video game journalists, saying it's too anime for them and brushing it aside and not giving it much time. There may be a push in that we'll see some people play the games more than they normally would, but I think you will hear more than average stories of mainstream video game journalists playing it for 3 or 4 hours at most, and then going, yeah, I couldn't put up with it. So inherently that might benefit. It might be beneficial if Stellar Blade is somewhat difficult as a game too, to counteract that, because then your average gamers could just laugh at video game journalists and go, oh, you can't beat it because you're just bad at playing games, which is often the narrative that seems to prove itself for a lot of mainstream video game journalists, is that they actually are rather worse than average at some games, or a lot of games. Fallout certainly is still in my mind, even though I've watched the entire series, and I really have no desire to go back and watch the series a second time. But yeah, I'm still hearing a lot of people talk about it too, so I think it is most. I did want to highlight what I think is a body painting picture here, and I won't scroll any further just in case she is topless there. It didn't seem like she was, but this body painting style here for a jumpsuit does really highlight how a Fallout game could look very different, having much more of that comic book Borderlands style with thick black outlines around things, and it highlights that the one genius thing that they did in Borderlands, which is to say, hey, let's just try a different art style and make it, see if it works. And in particular, I would say the Fallout series might work a little bit better with slightly bright, colorful, silly visuals. The pseudo-seriousness of the Fallout series, I don't think benefits Fallout as much as it may have in the past. And frankly, the pseudo-seriousness is just kind of Fallout 3 and further, because it was very much rather silly in 1 and 2. So maybe they should go back into that. In particular, a cartoony visuals and way of thinking would also make the Fallout series stand out. Try and make the Skyrim games feel a little bit more serious, as fantasy games make the Nuka Punk a little less serious. Maybe not just have a family member kidnapped in the next Fallout game, which seems to be the default story for every single Fallout game, with the exception of New Vegas. Well, Fallout 3, Fallout 4. But yeah, I'm still seeing a lot of cosplayers doing Fallout, so certainly seems to be getting people's attention. In contrast, Gearbox definitely has room to make one serious series to kind of counterbalance all of the silliness of the Borderlands series. In particular, also, any kind of like nuclear disarmament or like pacifism message in the Fallout series is a message that's not really trying to be delivered very thoroughly. It is just kind of a silly side thought. I'm getting nowhere here. So yeah, I definitely am in this weird position where it would either make sense to play this off screen or play Hand of Fate off screen, and I definitely would prefer to play Hand of Fate off screen. We're already up to level 6 on the pass of 100, and we'll get there fairly quickly before 72 days are out. Let's see, I have YouTube creators tweet. Was there anything important here? Well, I guess the thing here is that YouTube creators was announcing that they moved over to the Facebook threads. It is questionable whether anybody's using threads or not. I would probably like some feedback on that, but yeah, I feel like threads kind of died away. It might slowly work its way into Facebook users' minds, but there's just not going to be another wave of outraged people that would leave Twitter and move to threads, or Mastodon, or Discord, or any other service. So it is just going to be probably just a lot of small competitors to Twitter, which you kind of wish that would happen more often on the internet and in the real world, is that there would just be 5 or 6 competitors instead of one giant Amazon.com competitor that ate the lunch of every other online store on the internet. And yeah, we could even see legislation enforcing something like that, where the US government forces Twitter and Threads and such to not grow bigger or merge, and have 5 competitors on 5 different message boards. Of course, that doesn't really work great for communication, but yeah, they are certainly thinking about that and going to Threads, or at least also posting in Threads. Although, in fairness, almost every company should be on Threads. I probably should be posting on Threads too, but I'm not going to really bother with it until I see a preponderance of actual humans going there. That is the other problem, is Twitter is just full of companies talking about what they're doing and very few humans actually talking to each other. Let's see, March 13th, OBS 30.1 put out, but April 20th, they were retweeting this image going, I assume jokingly, should we make this their new logo? Which their logo is pretty simplistic here, with what is looks like a shuriken around a circle. I guess maybe the thought here is that this would be an O, and then this would be a B shape, and then somehow this might be an S. But if that was the case, you'd almost need a recursive circle in the middle there to fill out the S. But yeah, as an open source software, I don't think they could just legally use somebody else's logo. And I would say that this is too cartoony and kid friendly for OBS, and too busy, frankly, when you start trying to scale that down into an icon. And while OBS is the default software for individual streamers, I think they also very much would like to see a case where OBS becomes adopted and used in professional hardware and software too, which that is certainly a mess last time I heard, where you're paying thousands of dollars for hardware encoders and hardware streamer boxes that just could break at any point, and you would be stuck on the manufacturer of that box to fix any problems, and everything is just proprietary and everything is way more expensive. OBS definitely could use a new logo, but I would think maybe just a simplistic OBS might make sense, or something more visually appropriate. I assume maybe this was supposed to be like a camera shutter, but even that doesn't make the most amount of sense for a video recorder streaming software. It's just too busy, though. Yeah. Of course, that almost certainly is a joke. Video Games Chronicle says that Sony has confirmed Little Big Planet 3 is shut down months after it was temporarily taken offline. User creations will no longer be shareable. Sony highlighting the obvious reason why we need um, the ability to back up games digitally, and that you have an online game like this and it's just shutting things down. Inherently, it probably should be a case where the US government should receive, the Library of Congress should receive 2 copies. They legally are allowed to request 2 copies of every single book that's printed in the United States. And I don't think they really request that too often, and I think a lot of publishers just inherently automatically send 2 copies to the Library of Congress. It wouldn't be that different to say any online service must ship 2 hard drives full of all the user data, or 2 copies of all the user data in some form factor. It probably wouldn't be hard drives, it would probably be tape backups, and then it would be this long, expensive process for the Library of Congress to read the tape backups and make sure there actually was even any data there and that they could read it. But yeah, particularly at the point of anything being shut down, there should probably just be a law that says when you shut down any kind of online service of any kind, whether it's well, I guess maybe of any artistic value, maybe accounting firms don't need to send 2 copies of their Excel sheets before they shut down their books every year, but, or maybe not the Library of Congress, maybe they should be sending that to the IRS. But yeah, video games in particular, movie productions, things like that, just having tape backups being shipped would be a good start. Maybe it would take decades before anybody actually got around to putting the tape drives into a reader and reading it into any kind of database or server, but it would be at least something. In the same way, film prints of movies, master prints of movies, there should theoretically be 2 copies of every one of those movies in the Library of Congress, and that is not something that they've fully embraced. You would think it should have been something they would have been doing for decades, but they've been fairly slow to get movies. They have, I think, like Gone with the Wind, but they don't have the Star Wars movies, very specifically because they only accept the original cuts of the Star Wars movies, and George Lucas was unwilling to give the original cuts to the Library of Congress. He wanted the remastered cuts in the Library of Congress. Which, yeah, and it's not like the Library of Congress is just suing people to get original cuts of Star Wars, although maybe they should. And maybe Disney could get that to actually happen. But George Lucas is still a major shareholder in Disney. That's part of how he sold Lucasfilms, LucasArts. So he still has major influence. He probably wouldn't if he died, but then who knows what Disney would do at that point. And that doesn't have too much to do with video games. We're talking a lot about the Library of Congress tonight because it seems to be the big story of the day. The other big story, I guess, being Fortnite. Billie Eilish is coming to Fortnite, which seemingly corroborates a 2024 roadmap leak. The singer-songwriter will be Fortnite's festival's 3rd featured artist. Which, okay. Like, I don't know too many of Billie Eilish's songs, but I've heard a couple of them, and they sounded alright for what modern music sounds like to me. Of course, I'm not really a music fan in particular. If the roadmap that was leaked is accurate, then you could assume that Metallica and Karol G and Snoop Dogg are also showing up. Snoop Dogg in particular, I know, is probably pretty old and maybe dying of cancer or something because he stopped smoking. He may just have lung troubles or whatever. And so I imagine animated versions of him will get licensed very quickly here. Then there are several other leaks here. Of course, it's hard for me to get excited about any of this because it's still just Fortnite. Embracer Group. It seems like we can't go 3 days without something new to say about Embracer Group. Is splitting into 3 standalone companies to search for, quote, winning formulas. Now, I would have to assume that at least one of these companies is going to very quickly be the fall guy and go bankrupt for what is, I assume, way too much debt for the amount of profit and income that they could ever make. Inherently, THQ was, at the end, the fall guy to go bankrupt and get rid of debt. And then THQ Nordic, Embracer Group, later changing their name to Embracer Group, basically became the new THQ Nordic and got all the licenses to games they wanted from the original Tokyo headquarters, THQ. Although, even at that point, I'm not sure Tokyo headquarters was the actual name of THQ, or that any of it was actually being run out of Tokyo at that point. There is one idea here that I might be willing to embrace, and this might just be a winning trend for a lot of companies, not just video game companies. Break up your companies into smaller companies, and then you get rid of a lot of the magical thinking that might be involved in the minds of shareholders and investors around big companies. Because undoubtedly there is a percentage of people who own stocks and shares in Microsoft that don't have a thought further than you're Microsoft, you're a giant company, you should be making trillions of dollars, with no real financial accounting for why they should be making trillions of dollars. Whereas if Microsoft broke up into a Windows company and an Office company and a Microsoft Edge company and an Xbox company, and then you broke all the Xbox companies back down into their smaller subsidiaries, so you just have Double Fine and Activision and Blizzard and Bethesda. If all of those companies broke into a dozen different companies, then it's a lot harder for some investor to say, well, you're the Microsoft Word company and you should be making $1 trillion. Because, yeah, you just can't have that kind of magical thinking as much when it's just Word. And so you can potentially set expectations, which means you can bring the investors back to reality. Because right now they're not even on the map with reality. They are accepting the general acceptable accounting procedure, GAAP accounting, which ignores basically all debt. And they're accepting lies, just straight up lies. People talking about AI when neither the presenter or the audience knows anything about AI. People making up numbers as far as what they expect, both as the presenter and the audience in shareholder meetings. It's all a level of fiction and speculation that is higher than it ever has been and is just not attainable, on top of the fact that the stock market itself is mostly fiction and speculation, and money and finance itself is mostly fiction and speculation. For every one real world dollar that goes into the bank, I'm pretty sure the bank can loan out and create either $9 or $8, and they can just do that over and over again. So 9 fictional dollars can be loaned out to a bank for every $1 they have actually in their vault, and the FDIC will back that up to $1 million. So the government will allow that and believe that. And then those 9 fictional dollars can be taken to other banks and deposited in other banks, which then can make what would be then 81 fictional dollars going out, and it can just keep on going over and over again. And yeah, that's pretty much how all economies work, is that it is mostly just based on the faith of the economy, a magical, unmeasurable faith in the economy, but it's been going on for 200 years plus in the United States. And it's just gotten too big. There's just way too many people. There's way too many financial transactions. There's no limitations on it. So this might be the winning thought. And I would kind of love to see other companies do this. Just say, let's break ourselves up. You could probably name any random company and I could probably find a decent thought and a decent way to break it up. Really small companies, it gets kind of hard. If you wanted to break up Double Fine, for instance, you would have a company that's just focused on Psychonauts and a company that would be focused on everything else Double Fine, which would just be weird one-off games, Costume Quest type games, and maybe Brutal Legend if they could make another Brutal Legends, but they can't really afford the licenses. And that's a great example of how getting acquired by Microsoft has not helped Double Fine. Otherwise, there would be a Brutal Legend 2 that has a whole bunch of new heavy metal music licensed. For Embracer, I assume they're going to try and make a publishing company, and the publishing company, first and foremost, is going to be the company that tries to make all the profits, always. And then, I would suspect, they are going to probably try and have a kids game and remake company, which has had its level of success so far as just re-releasing SpongeBob SquarePants games. And then I would assume that they are trying to make a THQ Nordic Games company, which would still be their baby as far as making Darksiders and adult games. It would definitely logically make some sense to have a kid-friendly label and an adult-friendly label. But then the question certainly will come down to who is going to be left holding the ball as far as all the finances and the expenses. One would kind of lean towards assuming it's the publishing company, but the publishing company is going to try and squeeze the other two companies. And certainly this doesn't mean any of this is going to actually work. It'll be more interesting if this got broken down. So, yeah, their breakdown is Asmodee, a digital leading tabletop game publisher and distributor. Most Asmodee digital games are decent, but often kind of buggy. A little overpriced, but not as overpriced as like Hasbro games with microtransactions. Then the other is going to be Coffee Stain and Friends, a gaming entity with a diverse gaming entity with dual focus of indie/AA premium and free-to-play games for console and mobile with a high degree of recurring revenues, microtransactions. So this is going to be keep the tabletop games, have the mobile games, the kid-friendly games, although Asmodee Digital noticeably not really saying who's going to be the publisher on all of this. This may be that they're going to split off 3 companies and Embracer will still be the publisher. And then the third one is Middle-earth Enterprises and Friends, creative powerhouse of AAA game development and publishing for PC and consoles, as well as stewards of the Lord of the Rings and Tomb Raider intellectual properties, among many other. Noticeably, they are ignoring Nordic and Darksiders at this point. So I'd assume they're in there, but they're not the main focus. The other part of this story is that he wants the CEO Lars Wingfors wants to be around for at least 25 years, or 17 more years. Which, yeah, you can certainly flippantly say that. We'll see if it happens. I would have thought one of these would be a publisher. And I kind of question what the difference between keeping Asmodee away from Coffee Stain and Friends, because Asmodee's tabletop engine and programming could probably benefit working with Coffee Stain and Friends division, which seems like they are definitely going for free to play and mobile with lots of microtransactions. And a story like this is not very actionable, as it often is the case, so all we can really say is we'll see. We'll see what happens, if this actually goes through, and if it really solves anything. It certainly could be described as just Embracer Group rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, just wasting time and trying to look busy while still not fully recognizing that there's a actual flaw in the way they're running business, and that it may not actually be recoverable at all at this point. Maybe they did just make enough money selling off Gearbox but they lost money selling off Gearbox. We know from financial dealings. So that wouldn't have put them in a better position. And it is interesting how easy it was for me to forget that they had acquired the companies that own Tomb Raider in the Lord of the Rings game. Although YWB doesn't have the Lord of the Rings license for games is questionable as to what happened there. I'd have to research that. But yeah, those news stories, which should have been big news stories that should have led to big announcements, just got forgotten amongst all the bad news that Embracer Group has had announced around itself for the past few months. Anyways, moving on. Here's the other story. Lars Wingfors hopes to stick around to at least 2041. Yep. They have done some things slightly better in the way they've talked recently, but it is important to point out that they've also done a lot of laying off, cutting 1,400 jobs and shuttering numerous Embracer studios. So you can't just get away with doing what are so many negative things and hope people forget. Although that seems like very much what they're doing. This image in the background with all these different shapes is a eyesore. I have to point that out too. It seems weird too that you have what was this? GameDeveloper.com? Yeah, it is. It seems weird that you have this picture with a white cropping image behind it and just this background. Like, what would have been the situation where this picture would have not been appropriate otherwise? I can say at least this guy looks like he's somewhat dressed nicely. He doesn't have an actual tie on, but he has a blazer suit jacket and button-up shirt and decent haircut. Yep. Definitely looks like a white guy. Maybe not from the United States, but he definitely doesn't look like an Asian person running Tokyo headquarters, or the new Tokyo headquarters. So I'm pretty sure Tokyo headquarters sold from being Tokyo headquarters many years ago, and I just can't pinpoint when it actually happened. There was this Gematsu announcement for Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game launching this fall for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. first look at an upcoming life sim game. It is a different art style from what we've normally seen from Lord of the Rings games, which have tried to be mature and more gritty, and particularly in the sleepy areas of the Shire, which is what you expect to have where nothing happens. This art style, I think, works better. You have a duck in armor at the front. And so, weirdly, it's going to be a Lord of the Rings game, but I suspect it's not going to feel like anything really Lord of the Rings. Instead, what I suspect it is going to be is a Disney Dreamlight Valley type game. Something trying to appeal more to a female audience, a younger audience, which that could certainly work. Doesn't make some sense to go in those directions and try something different. Inherently, you can always lean back into Shadow of Mordor and the violence of what the rest of the Lord of the Rings is. But in this game in particular, you can lean into the long descriptions of second breakfast and meals and plants and trees and wildlife. Of course, if it is trying to be something like Dreamlight Valley, it's going to probably be a little less varied in content, or considerably less varied in content than what Dreamlight Valley can do, since Dreamlight Valley is all Disney characters, potentially. Here you're just going to have hobbits cooking, eating, fishing, maybe growing things. It might be closer to something like a 3D Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing, and I guess that would be the big question. Certainly is this going to be an Animal Crossing style game where you're going to have people giving you quests and you're going to have daily challenges and quests, a little hopping when they walk around? Nah, I wouldn't be surprised if this trailer never shows a single combat mechanic or anything like that. And so my concern here is that you might not have that much of a game there. It might very well be one of these kind of mobile games or mobile first type games, even though it's not for mobile. So how do I better describe what I'm thinking of? It might be one of these games that is going to be a short 5 to 10 hours of gameplay, and that's just going to be it. That there will be nothing more. Even Stardew Valley kind of had that feeling. Even introducing like crops and currency and all that, I think would start to feel just too far away from what the Shire itself would feel like. Like, I imagine the Shire, not even really being much of a Lord of the Rings fan or knowing any, but I imagine the Shire is a place where if you were short on bread or eggs, you would go to your neighbor and ask to borrow some flour or bread or eggs, and they would just give it to you without a question or without charging you anything. It just feels like it's such a peaceful, such a nice neighborhood. The whole point of the Shire, as I understand it, is probably to set up this very nice, peaceful environment that the Hobbit would have grown up in. The Hobbit and Bilbo. I think those are two different characters. There's two Hobbits. The one from The Hobbit and the one from The Lord of the Rings. But it's supposed to be a nice, quiet village to contrast all the violence and darkness and evil that is everywhere else in Middle Earth. And so how do you make a game around that last that long? Even in these images, you can see that they are going a little bit low polygon on the 3D images there. They definitely aren't going for AAA visuals and aesthetics. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to just expand this and add quests or something. This could very well be something like a Fallout Shelter game also, where you're just growing your gardens and growing your shire to be bigger and bigger, and then maybe occasionally sending out some hobbits to do quests. Could be a lot of different things, certainly, and I guess really don't have time to just pointlessly speculate forever, so let's move forward. A new Xbox Indie Game Showcase is coming next week, apparently, according to Video Games Chronicle. It's going to feature Dungeons of Hinterberg, 33 Immortals, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage, and Vampire Survivors, with Vampire Survivors being the only game I recognize. Now, I like this visual effect here. And this is the kind of effect that you're not going to easily do in Photoshop. You probably would do this in something like After Effects. But maybe you could do it with some kind of plugin in Photoshop. But to have the games mostly cover up and look almost like record albums and spin and spiral in and get smaller, it does just give the feel that there's a lot more screenshots in games being highlighted here compared to how they've done it in the past. That being said, I think it probably does reboot somewhat quickly as far as how it actually spirals. I would suspect that on this list there is probably 25 or 30 images, and a lot of these games may very well be screenshots of games that were released years ago, but it's a nice effect. The one problem, though, I would say, is the God Ray Bloom here on the Xbox. That could be at least toned down quite a bit. That's a visual eyesore, and the idea of the Xbox logo itself probably should have a little bit more visual appeal and texture to it, instead of just being a pure white box with a little bit of a black drop shadow on the edges. Which even the drop shadow is a little bit weird, because the shadow is on the left side here, on the right side here, and non-existent on the X in the middle, which would imply that there is a spotlight here and a spotlight going in this direction and a spotlight going in this direction. Yeah, the B coming back this way to spell Xbox is also a weird font, and the O here feels weird. But yeah, logo itself aside, looks like we're going to have some announcements of some indie games. It'll be interesting to see if ID at Xbox feels like it is doing better or even competing at all with the III initiative. It does feel like there's maybe some friendly competition happening here with the III initiative announcements just a week or two ago, and then the idea of Xbox happening now. But we also are moving into the summer spot, and I assume that there's just a lot of indie games that want to announce things to get out of the way of AAA games announcing things. That would be my guess. I think this logo here is for Shadow Complex. That would have been a game that was released like 6 or 7 years ago, but it was an indie Xbox game, I believe. But yeah, it definitely may be a case where there is either way too many indie games that want to announce or need to announce, or we are going to have a very large announcement season for summer. Although it's questionable how many of those games are actually going to come out this year. This very well may be a year of just a lot of announcements and no actual game releases. Crafton has acquired a minority stake in Forever Skies developer Far From Home, according to GameDeveloper.com. That would be the PUBG Battlegrounds maker, Crafton. We'll leave that headline at that. The Shin Megami Tensei series designer Kazuma Kaneko has left Atlas after 35s and joined Kolopal. He is currently developing an original title. It's important to always remember that Shin Megami Tensei is the main series from which Persona spun off, although I question if the character designs for Shin Megami Tensei are the same character designer for the Persona series, because those character designs do look fairly different. And I would say the Shin Megami Tensei series has very much been a lot of unique demon and angel type creatures, very fantasy, dark fantasy type designs. Persona, more cartoony, kid-friendly, a lot more stuffed bears and things in the character designs in Persona. And yeah, I imagine he's probably tired of doing very similar character designs after 35 years, but also it does seem like it is just an increasing trend in which game developers, or character designers in this case, are willing to leave Japanese jobs and go work somewhere else. And maybe people have finally realized that they're not getting enough of a raise, or they're not getting raises at all, and it is time to just transfer jobs to try and get a better situation. Although inherently, for decades, it's been the case in the United States that the only way to get a better situation is to get a different job with somebody else, and even that doesn't seem like that's working well enough to account for inflation. This also, when these get translated, might be a case where he might be still working with Atlas and they made a mistake there and assumed he left Atlas. It's not unheard of for a Japanese person to be effectively loaned to a different company for a project, or work on different projects at different companies. Artistic people in particular should have that level of freedom, really. It doesn't make a lot of sense to work for one company, which has, companies are not people and they have no creativity at all, so it would make a lot of sense for creative people to work on projects with different people, kind of like independent contractors, if you could get past all the other problems of being an independent contractor, particularly as an artistic person. Being an independent contractor is a lot of extra work and less safe. Now when I clicked on Koppel here, Kolopal, it's known for Shiriniko project. Let's see what's being listed here are several games that I've seen, but none of them really scream special or Shin Megami Tensei. Seems like all they've made is this game, smartphone game, smartphone game, smartphone game themselves, and that's all they've published. So this does seem like a fairly small company trying perhaps to be a bigger company. We shall see what the character designer Kazuma Kaneko ends up doing. Eventually we shall see, I would assume. Apparently Star Wars Jedi Survivor appears to be rolling out on EA Play. PS5 owners can already claim it. Xbox and PC are likely to follow. I am in a very weird position with Jedi Survivor. When it first came out, it got enough hype and enthusiasm that I thought people were going to be happy with it enough that I could get around to playing it after a few years, getting the game on sale. But I kind of question now, in that they made that sequel, and I don't think the sequel sold as well. I kind of question whether Jedi Survivor is relevant at all at this point. With nothing else to play, I'd still probably play it, but Star Wars, what is canon in Star Wars, what is important in Star Wars, has just incredibly drastically changed over the past few years, and it's now at a point where I don't know if any of it matters or if any of it really should be canon. It'll be a while before they try to make a Star Wars Episode 10, and until they start to put something in stone with Star Wars Episode 10, all of the spin-offs and all of the Disney Plus series are up in the air as far as their relevancy. The Mandalorian is probably still going to be relevant, and maybe the Acolyte will be important, maybe it won't. We shall just see. But when you don't even know what the TV and movies, which of those elements are important, it just makes it even more difficult to figure out what spin-off games might be important, if any of it's important. Ironically, Star Wars, there are Star Wars games out there, and yet none of the Star Wars games have managed to make it to TV and have a Star Wars TV series that felt like it was based off of, say, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Like, we've never seen it go that direction. Maybe that would be worth Disney's time to experiment with. Figure out if they want to perhaps tell Star Wars Unleashed as a TV series. But yeah, I don't think we would see that with Jedi Survivor or Star Wars Unleashed. Rare has introduced a new sustainable workspace called Barn X. The new construction is Xbox's first massive timber building in Europe, which this is an Earth Day show-off, effectively. Timber and cutting down trees and then replanting trees is weirdly one of the most ecologically efficient ways to have the least amount of impact still, compared to clay or brick, which require firing, which requires cutting down trees to burn trees or having burning oil. But what this inherently comes down to is they've made themselves feel good by building a nice looking timber building and probably got some tax rebates on that, and they built it in a region of Europe which you can use techniques that are different from what you'd have to use in other places around the world, like the United States, with different kinds of trees that wouldn't be available locally in other places of the world. And they had the backing of Microsoft, being a subsidiary of Microsoft, to do that. I can see that there are air conditioning units just in the ceilings here with like no insulation around it, and that implies to me that there probably isn't even that much insulation in the roofs and the walls. There's a lot of glass windows for natural lighting, but then there's a lot of what one would assume is LED bars also. So if you were just going for perfect efficiency and environmental impact, you probably would have more glass ceilings and more insulation where you don't have glass ceilings, and less glass walls, and more insulation where glass walls are. You can see clearly these people are excited, or at least have been told to be excited about working in this environment. You can see a lot of plants to refresh the air, which is a nice thought, but also requires keeping plants alive and avoiding insects from coming in the building. Like, your number one goal would be to really just have a very insulated box, and in a lot of regions that's your best bet. These computers and these desks and the particle board and all of that and the chairs, none of that is in any way more energy efficient than what you would buy anywhere else. So there's actually only so much you can do here. Stairs might be electricity efficient for able-bodied people, but it's incredibly unacceptable for disabled people. Yeah, and generally gamers have a problem when they see things like this, because if this is what even one subsection of Rare in Europe is focused on, that they've made a whole video on this when they don't make videos about developing games half the time, it just does scream that they are putting all of their attention, their focus, their resources, their money into the wrong things. Because an energy efficient house building like this is probably going to not help the bigger issues anyways. The people dumping trash and oil into the oceans problems, entire factories pouring chemicals into the roof, into the atmosphere, and widening ozone layer holes. These are very much recycling your trash at home thoughts that will not actually affect the bigger issues. The bigger issues being that there's entire countries that cannot care and do not care. Some can't, some don't, about being environmentally good, and are dumping trash in the oceans like crazy and not following any kind of limitations. But yeah, that doesn't seem like something that's actually anything any gamer should really care about. Enough that, and this is from videogameschronicle.com, and it's a great example of where having some journalistic discretion would be helpful, instead of just being a full-on shill and advertiser. And yeah, let's say one more thing and then move on here. This is a campus, a 1,200 square meter building in Two Cross, Leicestershire, which is pretty sure in England, the UK. No, England itself proper. It's almost certainly an example of a building that has been built, and I will applaud it at the very least by being built by new standards and not just trying to refurbish an old building being held down as far as not being able to be modernized as far as its techniques and design and visual aesthetic by the ratings that they have to make things look like they are old buildings. England loves to make buildings be under rules and regulations that make them look like old buildings. This, to its credit, doesn't look like an old building from 400 years ago and is being built by modern styles. But you have to point out that here too, there is massive amounts of inequality and poor housing in England. It's just the truth as I understand it. There's most of the money has been consolidated in London, consolidated into the hands of financial service people, bankers, very rich people living in London. Whereas pretty much everywhere, the further you get away from London, the worse the environment, and you're going years, if not decades, back in the past as far as just how old the buildings look and how impoverished the people are. And I have to assume that this building could have been a row of houses, and council housing is what they call it, for people who are low income or homeless, which would almost certainly benefit England's and the English people way more than a giant flashy office buildings. So it's not that I'm saying businesses can't do business, they probably shouldn't in favor, but they can't get brownie points for saying, oh, we're saving the world, we're doing such a nice thing by building a giant building in England, which is, I'm pretty sure, in a housing crisis. Yeah, there's just better things that the building could have been used for. And I'll leave it at that. Nope, I won't leave it at that, because there's one more point to make here. There's somebody that anybody who's been following my channel should know personally who is suffering in England from the housing crisis. And that is Dan from Uncensored Gaming. He has had massive problems of being close to homeless, fully homeless, moving into houses that one of which turned out to have a whole bunch of mold in it. One house, I think, had a whole bunch of rodent problems, like real problems that he could take photos and videos of and show off, unless he is just doing a great scam job, which I don't think he's that good. But yeah, Dan's experience from Uncensored Gaming, if you follow his personal Twitter and scroll back from the past 6 months or so, highlights what I think a lot of people in England's experience is. And it's not just England. It's these kinds of things happen all over the place. And so if you care about the earth, care about the humans on the earth too, please. And don't try to get brownie points for building yourself a fancy building, which inevitably they build this energy efficient building, they get the money back through tax incentives or just lower bills anyways. On the other hand, I will also say only Rare bothered to do anything for Earth Day, so most of the other game companies didn't even bother, which is probably the better response, is to not try and virtue signal for things that you really can't do anything about. Microsoft itself, I mean, each of these companies could plant trees, and that's about it. Offset ozone emissions and things like that, but they can't really do anything else without irritating people or look like they're virtue signaling. Moving on, Silent Hill 2 Remake may be changing its protagonist's face following fan feedback, according to Video Games Chronicle. A newly uploaded image shows James with a younger looking face. Which, that may not mean much of anything, in that it might be a case that there are certain flashbacks where his face looks different, or there might just be different feelings, different faces, just to how he sees himself, or maybe even different faces based on how you play the game. It is pretty typical that most gamers want to see younger looking, prettier faces, even in horror games. And I would say anime is a little bit better at that, in which you can just have a grizzled, gruffed old man face, and that will add to the comedic visual appeal or the uniqueness of the appeal. Whereas those kinds of character archetypes are very less prevalent in games. Yes, you have God of War in the reboots being an older face, but almost always, like in movies and TV, almost always you have characters that are barely out of their 18, 19-year-old ages, and you're looking at 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds. That is the target demographic for video games, after all. But yeah, I don't know if there's really too much you can even say about that they're putting out different trailers and trying different faces following fan feedback, other than maybe that just shows that they are listening to fan feedback and reacting, perhaps overreacting, or too eager to react. Looking at this screenshot, which it's weird that Video Games Chronicle here doesn't have any of the images to actually show of the faces. This feels weird for a Silent Hill game. This feels like this would be the very intro at the beginning of the game, where he walks into Silent Hill and he's thinking about this lady, because this doesn't feel dark enough, and seeing this lady in pale white, not cut up, not bloody, not dark or spooky, feels weird, feels out of place. There is definitely a danger in listening to the fan base too much, and there is also a danger in not having any kind of artistic integrity yourself and just letting the fan base drive the creation process. And that is all wrapped up in the fact that this is a Konami licensed game, so Konami may definitely throw monkey wrenches into the works as far as the development of a Silent Hill 2 remake, and it might get destroyed just by notes and committee decisions. So we hope that won't be the case. Iconically, Silent Hill as a series needs to exist, otherwise it needs to be replaced with something else. People talk about Silent Hill 2 in particular too much for it to not have some kind of remake and still be around. But eventually I suppose it could be forgotten and something else could take its space. Like, Alone in the Dark would have been the game that would have been talked about a lot before the Resident Evil games came out, and then the Resident Evil games came out, and that has made Alone in the Dark considerably less relevant. But even in that case, we just got an Alone in the Dark remake, so the name does have some selling power, or at least it seems like it does. And you have to keep the copyright claims and the trademarks anyway, so you might as well make remakes in video games just for that reason. Now, here's an interesting headline from Video Games Chronicle. The EA Japan executive has criticized the Japanese rating board for banning Dead Space but passing Stellar Blade. The gore that got Dead Space banned is similar to Stellar Blade, he argues. I would suspect this Japanese exec has not played Stellar Blade at all, or just played the demo, and I would expect that the amount of gore feels very different and looks very different between Stellar Blade and Dead Space. Right? But if it is a case that there truly is a double standard happening here, it would only be one tit for 1,000 tats that have happened where lewd games from Japan have been censored or banned in other countries outside of Japan, Western countries in particular, Australia, United States. But I don't think this is an apples to apples comparison by any means. Dead Space is a game where your main gameplay mechanic over and over again is to dismember and step on and squash monsters and have very, very gory experiences. All the gameplay trailers I have seen in Stellar Blade has much closer to fantasy hack and slash violence that has not been gory, has not really dismembered characters in every slice or every slash. I'm not sure I've seen a single character in Stellar Blade dismembering any character at all. And so even if it was that there was a fairly gory finisher move with every boss fight in Stellar Blade, that would only be one gory finisher move compared to what could be 5 to 8 dismemberments on one enemy over and over again, low level enemies, where Stellar Blade feels more like boss battles. I really don't feel like this is the case. Now, is there room to criticize Sero? Absolutely. Sero has some weird problems, certainly, in rulings. I'm not sure how much of that they can even control, because I'm not sure Sero is 100% separate from the government. Yeah, they can only be sold in Japan after they've been reviewed and rated, whereas in the United States, you do not have to be reviewed and rated to sell games by the ESRB. You don't have to be reviewed and rated by anybody. That would be a violation of the First Amendment. That being said, individual corporations enforce the ESRB's authority, or stolen authority, by companies like Target and Walmart being unwilling to sell games unless they're rated by the ESRB and they're rated M for mature or less. No adults only game is allowed to be sold in companies like Walmart or Target, even online, to my knowledge. Now, Steam doesn't really care about the ESRB, so you can get games on Steam that are not rated, and the vast majority of independent games are not rated. It is incredibly unprofessional and, frankly, I think a little un-Japanese to publicly complain, particularly if you are the EA general manager. But maybe this is highlighting that even Japanese people have gone to Twitter now to air their grievances and rant. He did post a selection of screenshots from Stellar Blade showing severed limbs with visible bones and guts splattered on the floor. Okay, let's see if we can see the screenshot pictures here. No, this is just a picture in a picture. Okay, so it looks like you have an animation here in a cutscene. I imagine this character dies very quickly. And so, yeah, that's a little bloody and gory. We'll use our magnifier. But then over here, is that a beheaded character? It's kind of hard to even tell what I'm looking at. Yeah. Can't even tell what I'm looking at there. This looks to me like it's the Stellar Blade character with maybe a sword, a lightning sword, and maybe they've cut the head off, and maybe there's some blood. Now remember, they said no censorship, so the default response to this would have been to have this just be all blacked out in the Japanese version. And then you have a monster. It might very well come down to the fact that these monsters in Stellar Blade, at least storyline wise, are not human to start with, where the human in the case in Dead Space is that they would have been human to start with. And that might be another issue, but that also might be just an issue that Sero is kind of relaxing its rules. Yeah. I mean, just looking at this screenshot though, of what Video Games Chronicles picked. Dark, gritty, spooky horror game, action, lewd, Korean game. There very well may be a case that somebody on Sero has some Korean some desire to give the Koreans a break too, and they might be approving the game on cultural reasons, considering how the Japanese were not particularly nice to anybody else in Asia for a very long time, and pretty much every other Asian country has some pretty big grievances against the Japan of old. Of course, who knows? But yeah. The overall feel, certainly to Sero, probably is different when you see what looks like an anime protagonist female character versus a dark, gritty, militaristic looking male Western character in armor. And this comparison's very possibly wrong. This might be very infrequent sections of gore. Again, where this was all about gore. I wish there was more gore in games, but you kind of have to do it right. Same is true for horror, and it's harder to make those kinds of games where it is very easy to make action first-person shooters. And then our last big piece of news here is that Fallout 76 has beat its all-time concurrent player count again on Steam. The Fallout TV series has resulted in a resurgence of interest in the games. Absolutely, you have to admit that it is the vast majority of this interest is coming from the Fallout TV series. At some point, though, they would hope that it would gain its own natural momentum. Otherwise, what we're going to see is that in a matter of a few weeks, once everybody has just watched all the Season 1 of Fallout TV series, everybody would stop playing Fallout 76. And honestly, I don't know if Fallout 76 is worth playing at this point. Now, they do have the advantage in that Fallout 76 and Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 are all very long games, so it might be 2 months, 3 months before people finished having all the entertainment they would have with Fallout. I doubt it's going to last, though, for most people, to the second season, unless they just rush a second season out, which would be a mistake. But yeah, I have not seen any other game enjoy such resurgence without there being something fairly big. Otherwise, I mean, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen it, period. Alright, well, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll go through all the new games. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah. Lisa gets us the Duel Live reward, since I was playing the Duel Live in between that break. We still didn't really make as much progress as we should have. These should be pretty easy daily quests. Anyways, so in the last recording, we did things a little bit differently, and I ended up spending a lot of time going through what would have been 3 days worth of new games on Steam, which has caught me up now, and there might have been a reason where that didn't really work. As far as just how the tabs get oriented after everything is said and done. But I'm going to see how this works for me. Now, inherently, if I open new tabs talking about new games when we get into the headlines section, then those games will just by default get YouTube Shorts made after them. And so I won't be covering those games the second time, which that is going to be probably a better situation overall, because that means that will save me a little bit more time. Any small amount of efficiency I can find is something I should go for. This almost certainly is not a game worth putting on the follow list. There is still that high split I'm gonna say no to this because mostly I was pretty sure it didn't support English. Yeah, there's a high split between the desire to look at every single new game that came out on Steam and give it the briefest amount of a glance, and the desire to just not turn streams into 3 and 4 hour experiences. And there is a real value, I think, in looking at these games, and that I am uniquely possibly the only person in the world that's looking at or trying to look at every single game coming out on Steam. This is another one of these like adult visual novels hiding out in plain sight when it should be in the adult section. Although it says it has no adult content in it, the tags say not safe for work and nudity. So which one are you really going to believe? There's no DLC. That would be like an 18-year-old plus patch, but yeah. Either way, it doesn't look good. And that's usually how that boils down. Is yet another adult game that is an RPG maker game with lewd imagery. So even trying not to look at adult sections and hiding the most honest adult games, looking at all the other games is still an issue. And that is a problem, certainly, with the Steam family concept. Like, the truth of the matter is, I cannot recommend to any conservative parent, well, let's not say conservative, I cannot recommend to any parent who is 100% against their kid ever seeing anything lewd or sexual in nature, even a little bit. I can't recommend that they, through the Steam Family Share beta, give access to the store at all to their kids. I think you have to straight up block that. Now, if you are willing, if your kids are of appropriate mindset and age, that you're okay with them seeing an occasional low-cut dress or anime character with big boobs, then storefront access, filtering out the adult section, is alright. And it is also important to point out that unless they start going digging for adult games, the front page is not likely to show too many adult games, but it will probably show you at least one or two amongst the top 10 new and trending games. That you can't ignore that. And that is something Valve needs to improve upon, is forcing these game developers to be more honest in their reporting, or allowing for flagging to cause much larger penalties. I'm going to make a YouTube short on this one because I have not seen a hidden object adventure game in a while at all. And yeah, and that is exclusively, I guess, a thing that would only be addressable with the family sharing as far as adult games. If you are a parent who doesn't want your kids to see violence or spooky things, there's no help there. Like, you basically have to have the storefront locked, and that is fine too. Like, it's probably a good default thought, is that all child accounts should just not be allowed to go to the storefront at all. They shouldn't be able to see any DLC that would be available for games you've already purchased them, and they shouldn't be able to see any new games that they might want purchased. I think that may just save your pocketbook overall anyways. And it depends on the age, certainly, too. If you're doing that to an 18-year-old who's working at a job, that's a little strict. If you're doing it to a 8-year-old That's not unreasonable at all. The other issue with the idea of Steam Family, the Steam Family Beta, and the Steam Family Share, is a question of are their friends possibly going to be online on PC and Steam, or are all their friends going to be on PlayStation and Nintendo Switch? That, if they are mostly playing with their friends online, which is another thing you should be monitoring as a parent, regardless of their age, then Steam games being on sale and being cheap start to lose their value very quickly in that case, if it is a social thing. Eventually, I do think kids will probably all have Steam accounts, but there is this problem in that to have a Steam account, you have to have an email, and you probably don't want your kids making Steam accounts based on the emails that they might get from an elementary school or junior high or a school system in general, and you may not want your kid to have email addresses. Otherwise, it's a big problem with the internet in general. Is what you would like to have happen is that there would be like an email provider from like the US postal system that could identify people and reset passwords and do nothing else, or a different system that doesn't use email to identify people. Here's kind of a great example of something where I wouldn't be personally, just to throw my own personal opinions, if I was a parent, I wouldn't be too upset with my sons or daughters looking at a visual novel like this if they were 15 or 16 years old, seeing just a little cleavage, if that's as far as this game goes. You never know, though. There might be one scene where it's just full-on hardcore nudity or even toplessness, and maybe that's a little too extreme. And you can't be too much of a cool parent anyways, even if you personally have opinions that way, because whatever the kids see or do will be told to the other kids in school and in the school system, and possibly even Child Protective Services will add their 2 cents and their authority into it. So this is an interesting concept. The last hospital, every decision influences humanity's fate, with USMLE level medical questions woven into patient care, revealing the mysteries of a dying world. Is this some kind of thing where you're trying to learn medical information while playing the game? Is this some kind of educational thing? That might explain the terrible graphics. Unfortunately, even if it was educational, it's not tagged as being educational. The target organ of a beta melanocyte stimulating hormone would be it could be the brain, the ovaries, or the skin, or the adrenal gland. I would assume it's the brain would be the answer here, because melanocyte sounds like melatonin, but that doesn't mean anything. I was watching Taskmasters, and the smile lines that humans have on their face, medically speaking, are known as the nasal labial folds, and they had quite a laugh on that. So a lot of things that sound like they would be describing one thing in the medical terminology often mean something different. Yeah, I do think there is some thought here that this is supposed to be educational, but it doesn't matter. The game has to look good, first and foremost. I definitely wouldn't recommend kids who want to be doctors playing a game like that. That is also very intensive, and frankly, there isn't even a good anatomy program in VR or regular in 2D on Steam that I've found. And that would be your first move, is just having a game that would teach about all the bones and the organs in the body, the anatomy. Here we have a Korean game that's not translated. Can't really do anything with that. So yeah, back to the thought of being a cool parent and being more lenient. Inherently, I think it probably just would behoove Valve to have some default limitations, and it's a little weird that they don't. That a child account is not by default seemingly limited in any way. Hatsune Miku game is coming out. I'll make another YouTube short on that. This one looks weird. It's probably nothing. We're seeing slightly more visual novels today, and so far we really haven't seen anything that looks amazing. Here's an example of an interesting choice. I just don't know this art style. This could be just a really bad animator that, speaking of anatomy, just cannot draw people. Or this could just be an LSD style art style where anatomy and scale and perspective is supposed to be shifted and off-putting. Yeah. LSD certainly had some major influences on some art styles, and other drugs did too, mushrooms, and created different ways of drawing and animating things other than just realism. Yeah. One of the things, story about farting, it's visually polished enough to give it a chance. One of the things about making accounts based on email accounts is it just doesn't really verify personhood or who the person is. I guess is a better way to say that, or age. Whereas, you know, some kind of government postal service agency where you would get a postcard in the mail with some kind of code the next day would work really good. That's how I imagine it should work. And the US government in particular has passed laws forcing the post office to not offer any kind of competitive news services like email addresses, which generally an email address, if it was from the post office, would be a great thing anyways. It would probably be an email address that most people don't play. This looks like this is terrible. But yeah. To verify an account and make an account, you would effectively request a code, and then the code would be printed out on a receipt, effectively the cheapest piece of paper ever, and then put in your mailbox the next day. That code would verify your location and your house and probably be good enough. It still doesn't really verify a specific person. It still would be very easy for a kid to request a code and then grab it out of the mailbox before the parents found it. There could be something else to the process, which would be like going to the post office to verify an age instead of just verifying. There could be different levels, certainly, on that, where you have to go to show specific ID to do it that way. But how many adults really would want to go to the post office to show their ID to make a Pornhub account? That seems like something people don't really want to do, and that is what the state of Texas is basically forcing them to do anyways. Up until this point, it has just been people checking boxes and saying that they are 18 years or older, and I think that is probably where it has to go. So here we have yet another visual novel game that feels like it's more lewd than it should be outside the adult section. Of course, in fairness, like, how lewd is too lewd? Girls showing off abs, and girls going on dates, girls kissing each other in bras. Inherently, Western games don't have any form of romance being acceptable. That is a peeve I certainly have, but it is the way things are. Dead Island 2, I believe, has its new Soul-led DLC. Let's see if we can highlight that specifically. I'm not sure that any of these DLCs actually can have YouTube Shorts made after them, but very noticeably that this new DLC is just an expansion to Dead Island 2, which is mixed reviewed, so it's not doing particularly good. I don't know what Dead Island 2 could have really done to improve things either. It took way too long to come out. Too many remasters, too many spin-off games, and bad spin-off games, and remasters were alright, but not great. It may very well have been a wise move to just say Dead Island 1 succeeded, let's just leave it at that. The biggest part certainly there also is that most of the team that's thought to have worked on Dead Island 1 went on to make Dying Light 1. And even in that case, Dying Light 2 is not being received particularly well. Here we have the Anno series, and the numbers always add up to the same number 9, I think. So we had 1602, which adds up to 9, and then 1503. And these have just been dumped onto Steam without any notice. 1701, and I guess they don't have an 1800 yet, or a 1503. This looks awful. This seems like you're being told to guess what the number would be when the dice rolled completely, but there's literally no guess to it at all. This will be a 3. Pretty obviously. You can add that up. This will be, let's see, well, you could do this very easily by just having a dice in your hand without even thinking. There is no game here that isn't just immediately broken, and 112 levels is kind of insane. Calling that a puzzle game is a stretch. Honey Bunny doesn't look good enough. Droplet doesn't look good enough. Do I want to give this a chance though? I'm gonna look at see if we can get a video here and see it in motion. Some of these bad screenshots, obviously some of them are part of just the fact that they are poorly made screenshots, and the game itself could potentially be better, but I also just don't have time to judge every game by looking at every trailer. Yeah, I would say this is still a little too rough. Yeah. Perhaps I'm being a little bit too curative. or too picky. I do that a lot. I say one thing and then I doubt whether what I'm saying is the right word, and then use a different word that's simpler. So use big words, but then don't have the confidence to stick to the big word if it's the wrong phrase. Okay, so that wasn't that many games overall. And then obviously it shouldn't have been. And then follow list cleanup macro is still broken and needs work, and I just don't see myself spending any time on that anytime soon, since I'm already spending extra time playing Hand of Fate 2 and scheduling things and just doing non-YouTube stuff. Right. So we are not at the end of the show, but that didn't cause any problems where I thought it might. Having all of the games that came out on Steam on the far left of the window with all the tabs on the left, and having all of my plugins set up correctly, I was able to go through that list with relative ease and close using the middle mouse button every tab that just didn't need any more, didn't need a YouTube short made after it. So here we are on SteamDB, and let's see if there's anything amazing. I'm a little surprised Helldivers 2 is in 7th spot. Numbers at 179,000, kind of low. But then Fallout 4, other than the TV series, has no business being at this high of a spot. And it definitely feels like they may go back and change every trailer in Fallout 4 to have a female protagonist look like the female protagonist in the show. Let's see. Fallout 76 is in the 22nd spot, which inherently it's important to point out that Fallout 76 is an MMO, and the fact that its all-time peak is only 73,368 still highlights how poorly it originally launched and how poorly it even is doing now compared to Fallout 4, which is where did we see that? It was here. I swear it was here. Here it is. Yeah, all-time peak of 472,962. This is a single-player game, has no multiplayer functionality at all. So, yeah, you basically have 400,000 more people playing the single-player Fallout 4 as at the all-time peak than Fallout 76. So any headlines around Fallout 76 doing really well or doubling its numbers is really just a testament to how low its numbers started. And in fairness, if you started and released a game and it had a player base of 1 and then it doubled to 10, you've increased your player base by 10-fold, and you can play that kind of metrics game, an advertisement game, over and over again. Path of Exile still chugging along. Heart of Iron in the 34th spot. That might be an indication that that is the fantasy game to play. And in fairness, Fallout New Vegas is in the 35th spot, and its all-time peak is only 51,000. So the vast majority of people are and have come to Fallout after like Fallout 3, which noticeably why is Fallout 3 not on this list? It's gotta be because everybody who has any chance of playing Fallout has already played Fallout 3. That's gotta be it. Yeah. Although, in fairness, Fallout 3 probably wouldn't sound like the right game to play if Fallout 4 is already available. Can we even find Fallout 3 in the top 100? Or is it even below that number? Binding of Isaac Rebirth still in the top 100. And a lot of other games. Skyrim. I'd be kind of surprised if Starfield was above Skyrim. No, interesting. No Fallout 3 listed, as far as I can tell. Let's see if we can search here and do a little research. Alright. So, this changes your numbers, certainly. So, Fallout 4, 24-hour peak of 150,000, Fallout 76, 68,000, Fallout New Vegas, 43,000, Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition, a paltry 11,207, which is close to its all-time peak, but it definitely highlights how this is really a series that has had a fairly slow amount of success up until very, very recently. And I think that kind of does go back to the idea of not having more Bethesda games that follow the Bethesda gameplay design style. Fallout 1, obviously a much older game, and top-down isometric 2D game, having an all-time peak, a 24-hour peak of 3,075 and an all-time peak of only 8,130. And this really highlights, like, this came out in 1997. This really highlights how much just the amount of gamers and PC gamers and Steam gamers have grown. Where Fallout 1 was probably released years before Steam even existed. Fallout Shelter even had an all-time peak that's much higher than Fallout 1, and having some resurgence. Fallout 2 is fairly low. What is Fallout PCR, though, and why is it separate? This was released the 22nd of 2010, where this was released October 19th of 2010. So two versions of the game very close to each other. Not sure what the difference is. Let's take a moment and see what that looks like. Fallout 3 non-Game of the Year edition having a small number because obviously I would assume the Game of the Year edition just replaced it. I assume this Fallout New Vegas replaced this. I do think that there is a fan mod for Fallout New Vegas, but I doubt SteamDB would highlight that. Fallout 4 VR having a 24-hour peak of 608, highlighting how VR itself is not really anything. And here's that side game, Fallout Tactics, with only 202 and having an all-time peak of only 243, which really highlights things. Fallout Creation Kit, showing how the Bethesda engine and modding is not really relevant. Barely 5 more players than the public test server, which I don't see any reason why you'd be playing the public test server. And I don't believe any of these others would be Fallout related. So yeah, that it's interesting which ones succeed. So Fallout PCR, if we click store here, this link is currently unavailable in your region. So I would suspect that that is a Chinese version, just because of PCR, the People's Communist Republic, would be my guess. Does this actually say anything else? Well, let's see if I can open that page and maybe learn how to do that. History. Okay. The price here, I went to price history. It's showing that it is sold as Polish zloty and Ukrainian hryvnia, but not available in US dollars. So I think I'm wrong about it being a Chinese game. It looks to me like it is. I mean, no Taiwan dollar, no Hong Kong dollar, no Chinese yuan. Looks to me like it's a specifically priced version or specifically sold version of Fallout New Vegas for Eastern Europe, from the looks of it. Which, yeah, I'm not surprised that there aren't more of that. More games like that, because Eastern Europe is in this weird position, certainly, where the pricing doesn't really work for those environments. I probably would never play this, but I am going to put this Hearts of Iron from 2016 on the wish list. If there ever is a point, sorry, I'm not showing it. If there is ever a point where a strategy war game is something I really want to play, this seems like this is the most played, most positively reviewed one I've seen so far. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe more Hearts of Iron games, sequels. It is somewhat multiplayer involved too. It looks like you can play single player. Should I make a YouTube short based on Hearts of Iron? No, I don't think so. It's not really new or trending. Well, it might technically be trending, but just it may always be trending. Okay, and let's quickly just look at my once again broken chart. Another day in which the data has a jump. We can see Fallout 4 here, but then this list is different. Let's see, here's Fallout 4. I don't know how to unclick things. I don't think you can. Alright, well. So, Fallout 4 was down here and it's jumped up here. And so it's starting to get into the big league. Whereas everything else is kind of just staying where it was. I don't think we have any other Fallouts on the chart as far as trending. We still have not filled up the chart completely with the data points. There's room, it seems, for at least a couple more days to squeeze things in, make the font smaller, and frankly the font may just get smaller and smaller and smaller. As for the actual dots, they are still fairly separated. The problem isn't the left to right difference in space, it is the difference in colors and up and down when we get to these lower levels. And it might very well be a case where I should just limit the amount of games being talked about down to this point here, or where content warning is. Content warning looks like it has fallen straight down. But yeah, just get rid of the last 3 or 4 games. That might work too. But yeah, that's increasingly I have a whole bunch of these projects that I started, and then now they need upkeep and care. It's like adopting pets. I've adopted far too many stray kittens, and now I'm needing to groom, bathe, and feed all of them, as far as all these different programs and macros and charts. I do wish the chart was more informative and helpful, but also, even going back as far as 9/16 of last year, there really just hasn't been that much trending or changing as far as games coming out. Games come out, they might be exciting for a week or two, and that's what I really would like to zoom in on. But then there's a lot of games that just always sell well and always get played. Counter-Strike 2 is the #1 game always, and that information I think is less useful. It's important to know, but it's just not new. So here's a kind of great example of where I would say the child locks on the family sharing, and where I would mostly say, unless you're a pretty cool parent or your kids are relatively old, 16, 17 years old, just locking out the storefront makes the most sense. At the very beginning here, you have a publisher sale of Xbox, and so any publisher can basically promote anything within some limitations. But very quickly, you have automated generated Baldur's Gate 3 game that is MA and has nudity and sex in it. And then you have Dead Island 2, a horror gory game with one screenshot here being incredibly gory and bloody. And you have Naraka Blade Point, which has some skimpy lewd clothing being shown off in this main thumbnail. So if any of those would be red flags, and they might very well be, apparently you can get the Anno Trilogy for 50% off at the moment, then yeah, the storefront is not going to be something that you should get kids access to. And let's just get down to the capitalism. Like, capitalism is the #1 thing that corrupts people, kids in the United States, and it's so easily overlooked. Consumerism is maybe the better word. There is just a massive amount of things here on sale. Every single thing they're seeing is on sale. For the most part, there's a few free to play, and it adds up very quickly to massive amounts of money. And that's not even including buying a Steam Deck for several $100s or a Valve Index for several $100s. Just the games themselves are far, far too expensive. Here you have Pinball M, which is the mature rated Pinball FX tables, which is basically just horror Pinball FX tables. Here you have a skinned human, it looks like, flipping you the bird. Yeah, as an adult, none of this really bothers me, but yeah, I certainly could see where parents would have a problem. Even parents themselves going to these sites might have a problem for what games are being promoted. And yes, some of this is definitely based on my algorithm and games I played, which tend to be more hardcore. But some of this, like new and trending, is just what other people are playing too. Like this Skier Ritual first-person horror shooter game. Or Bendy's Secret of the Machine. And then if we go to top sellers, the Steam Deck is selling for $350. I guess that's probably the cheapest LCD model that they're still selling. But let's see. Top sellers for this week are mostly games that you would call AA and AAA games. But very frequently you'll see top sellers including adult games or lewd games. It's Heart of Crown Online. Might be something. Sucker for Love, Date to Die For. It's probably a dating sim game. Interesting. I'm having a hard time actually finding any lewd games today. I'm certainly seeing a lot of violence. Midweek deal on some kind of anime game. Maybe they cleaned up their algorithm a little bit. Not really. House Party is a sex comedy. Crush Crush, I believe, is a lewd dating sim. So once I got under the fold, Mortal Kombat 1 is super violent. Well, I think I've probably made my point. It's quite hard to get down to just like Hogwarts Legacy, which, you know what Steam really needs is a kids.steam.com. Just a separate website completely that is what like YouTube Kids was supposed to be. That would have games rated by the ESRB only and rated E for everyone or Teen Plus at the oldest. Yeah, that would certainly help quite a bit. But even that, really concerned parents, really involved parents, would still probably want to have their kids ask them about games that their kids are talking about, their friends are talking about. And then if their friends are talking about playing a game, then they should go and look at it on Steam and buy it for their child's account. Or parents should be gamers themselves and be informed well enough to go, hey, this Ninja Turtles game is old and I liked it. Let's make our kids play this old game, even if they don't really want to play those old games. Or Escape Simulator is a decent game, I'm sure. Although I think this is a co-op game, so you have to be careful with that one. And ideally, eventually in a generation or two, we will have most parents who know about games well enough, and they'll know the difference between buying something like Resident Evil 4 and buying something like Unpacking, or they could just tell from the glance. The good news is most games are not deceptively labeled. For the most part, like, even if they are deceptively labeled, they are deceptively labeled in the sense that there's maybe one screenshot with some lewd imagery, but the vast majority of the game actually doesn't have that. It overpromises, it doesn't underpromise. Do we have anything else I can highlight here? The front page itself is also still its own special thing that is different from what the deep dives of looking at every single game released on Steam is. There is a level of engagement and quality of the games that the algorithm will promote on the front page. It tends not to just throw out something that is completely unheard of or absolute garbage. Let's see, did I open any new tabs there? Nope, I did not. Thought I may have. Okay, well, that's going to bring us to the Video Games Chronicle headlines. So let's go through this. This still feels like it's been a longer episode than I would have liked it to be. But it seems like that's just going to happen. I don't think there's a way to control that other than to rush too fast. Anyways, headlines. Samus didn't appear in Fortnite because Nintendo wanted her to be a Switch exclusive. Meta partners with Xbox as it opens Quest OS to third-party hardware makers. Interesting. That might be the one thing that could help VR stand around a little bit longer. But inherently, I just don't think we're going to get VR headsets to be cheap enough, to be popular enough, to be relevant enough. If anything, I think they are skipping over a pretty obvious step of just making augmented reality glasses, or screens on glasses, as it were. If you could plug a USB-C or HDMI pair of glasses that only costs like $250 into a Switch or a Steam Deck or even a PC, and then that becomes a monitor, but it doesn't have any gyro tracking, which the Steam Deck has its own gyro tracking, so maybe the glasses themselves don't need that. It doesn't have any room scale monitoring, so it won't stop you from bouncing into walls, and it won't encourage you to walk around. It doesn't have any VR controls. If it is just a set of glasses that is a monitor, that is the equivalent of an 80-inch or bigger monitor, that is the product that I think needs to get perfected and released for this generation. Then you start to add the little special things of VR and room tracking and scaling things so they fit in the space that you're standing and being able to walk around in the environment. All of those things require a lot more hardware, a lot more technology, a lot more programming, with minimal results that are positive, because most people don't want to really play that way. Just getting people to wear glasses to see the real world is a difficult challenge. So the first step would be to get gamers to wear glasses to see their virtual worlds, just as that first step. At least that's my opinion. But certainly going more open third party with it, not going full open source it seems, but just going third party with it, is one way to stop the bleeding of Facebook / Meta spending all the money developing the Quest on their own. Billie Eilish is coming to Fortnite, seemingly corroborating a 2024 roadmap leak. Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game detailed with first trailer. This is at videogameschronicle.com. A new Xbox Indie Games Showcase is coming next week. Star Wars Jedi Survivor appears to be rolling out on EA Play. The Wipeout co-creator is making a futuristic sports title at a new studio called Starlight Games. What's interesting here is I'm confusing Wave Race with Wipeout. Wipeout was actually just a future car racer game, where Wave Race was the jet ski racing game. And I recently saw a YouTuber talking about Wave Race and how the first Wave Race was actually like a Game Boy game that looked pretty awful. And so Wave Race 64 was probably the second Wave Race. Although I would have assumed that Wave Race 64 was the first one. I, of course, would probably assume anything with 64 at the end of it in a Nintendo 64 game was unique or the first of the series. That very possibly isn't the case. Wipeout came out a long time ago, though. It's important to point out, and it was just a high-speed racing game for its time, but the bar has certainly been risen since then, so I'm not sure I really believe that I would have a lot of faith in them making an amazing revolutionary game. It's a Liverpool-based studio which also employs a Skate co-creator, and they've announced several games. Which it always seems a little weird when you have one company announcing more than 2 games at the same time. Even 2 seems a little weird. Moving on, I guess. Rare introduces its new sustainable workplace, Barn X. Silent Hill 2 Remake may be changing its protagonist's face following fan feedback. EA Japan exec criticizes the Japanese rating board for banning Dead Space but passing Stellar Blade. Embracer Group announces plans to split into 3 separate companies. Stellar Blade will be uncensored in all regions. The uncensorship here also might be an inaccurate description if it stops becoming a PlayStation exclusive. If it comes out to PC and Xbox or Nintendo Switch, I wouldn't be surprised if they added in some content they would make the original game feel censored, some costume or even more lewd cutscenes or character designs. And at that point, if you're adding content, it becomes difficult to not think that it may have been censored from the original release and sold as an uncensored product. That is assuming and making a big assumption, though, that it ever would come to anything. The best bet is it would come to PC in a year or 2, but being published and funded by PlayStation, there's only small hopes that in the publishing agreement Stellar Blade would make its money back, and then the rights would transfer to Shift Up, the developer of Stellar Blade, at which point they would have the funds and desire to, the hope is that they would have the funds and desire to make PC versions or Xbox versions or Nintendo Switch versions. But those are a lot of ifs, certainly. It is very possible that this game would be like Heavenly Sword, in that it would be a game that looked really pretty and came out on the PlayStation 3, Heavenly Sword did, and then never was released on anything else. So we'll just have to wait and see. Fallout 76 has beat its all-time concurrent player count again on Steam. Now, remember, we looked at the chart here. Its concurrent player count is actually fairly low. So, yes, it is a big number and a big success for Fallout 76, but it isn't that big of a success for other major successful games. 2K has won a lawsuit that was brought by LeBron James's tattoo artist. The artist had claimed the use of James's tattoos in NBA 2K violates his rights. This was an interesting copyright case, and it's taken, it feels like, years to get to this point, in that when LeBron James got these tattoos, there was something in the contract from the tattoo artist that said that the tattoo artist owned the art, which, copyright-wise, it would be the creator of the art, not the canvas of the art that was the owner. And only in tattoos case is the canvas of the art a human, or usually a human. But there is this weirdness, certainly, that if you got something tattooed on yourself and then you're signing away your appearance rights to be in a video game that includes the tattoo on you, And yet, tattoo artists a couple of times have tried to sue and say that that's not the case. We've seen a case before where a costume designer tried to sue Lego for making a Lego minifig that looked somewhat like the costume that was the costume designer, but then Lego changed all of it to basically parody it, and so that lawsuit fell apart. We've now seen a case in this case where even direct representation and not artistically changing it much or at all or parodying it, even that seems to be unnecessary. So it'd be a judgment I might be interested in figuring out where the jury, I guess this was a jury, determined that the tattoo artist's copyrights had not been infringed. And certainly had this gone the other way, then there would have been a lot of wrestlers and a lot of sports figures with tattoos that would need their skins to be cleaned of tattoos in video games. Here, previously a federal jury in Illinois went the other direction and gave $3,750 in damages for WWE tattoos, saying it didn't constitute fair use. So we have conflicting court cases, which means this is almost certainly going to an appeals court. And inherently, it's weird that the tattoo artist would have only gotten $3,750 in damages and not also then forced WWE 2K to change the game and remove the tattoos. Yeah, and this gets complicated fast because apparently Take-Two had an implied license to use the tattoos because NBA's deal included players' likeness rights, which means LeBron James himself didn't even sign over his appearance rights to 2K. He signed it over to the NBA, who then signed it over to this. And layman's term, obviously, I think you probably cannot have a copyright on a tattoo. You shouldn't be able to. One of the rules of something being copyrightable is that it has to be set in a permanent medium. So it can't just be a thought that is in your head. You have to set it, you have to write it down, you have to carve it in the stone, you have to paint it on an easel as a painting, you have to write code, you have to sing a song. It has to be recorded somewhere. So yeah, even singing a song needs to be recorded onto some medium that's permanent. It can't just be sung and performed in one area. Inherently, well, I'm sure they never really thought about tattoos on skin. Skin in the human body is not a permanent medium, or probably shouldn't be considered a permanent medium. Even though tapes might break down over time, bodies can change even further. And perhaps the best way to define that is to just say human flesh is not a medium, which is probably a pretty good way to define that. And if someone was to write a book and tattoo it on their back in the flesh, that too probably should not be copyrightable. It creates way more harms than it goods to allow tattoos to be copyrightable, to allow somebody to own something that is semi-permanently instilled into your flesh. Like, that's pretty crazy. Yeah. So, I think there's probably room just to make a law saying tattoos cannot be copyrightable. And it's only in the small instances of somebody tattooing somebody famous that these kinds of lawsuits happen. It's never going to be a small starving artist tattooist who somehow is going to get a judgment for, well, even in this case, the judgments are pathetically low at $3,000. But yeah, it's not going to be a small starving artist. I wouldn't be surprised if the tattoo artist in this case spent just about that much, or made that just about that much putting the tattoo on in the first place. And they almost certainly would have made more money staying out of court, tattooing other people. StarCraft lead teases a new real-time strategy in the documentary with the reveal coming at the Summer Games Fest. Now, this is another remnant of what would have been the original Blizzard, I suppose. But this StarCraft lead, if he truly was a major influence in making StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 2, apparently now works at Uncapped Games, and he's working on a paradigm shifting real-time strategy. Frankly, I would just be happy with a decent real-time strategy that's not even shifting any paradigms at all. In the end, he's not working at Microsoft or at Blizzard, and so he's not making StarCraft 3. So this is very much the kind of announcement where it's somebody who worked on a game a long time ago, and years have passed in between that, so who knows how much he did or how he would make games now, is going to lean on nostalgia from StarCraft to promote a totally brand new game that will almost certainly feel nothing like StarCraft. We've seen this story play out multiple times. The most recent would be Back 4 Blood, advertising that it was the original creators of Left 4 Dead, when really it was 2 or 3 out of a team of about 30, 2 or 3 people out of about 30 working on Back 4 Blood, and Back 4 Blood coming out and feeling a little bit like Left 4 Dead, but definitely not better than Left 4 Dead, and definitely nowhere as popular as Left 4 Dead. And it would make no sense today to play Back 4 Blood versus playing Left 4 Dead. There is also certainly a point to make here that real-time strategy, like so many other genres, have been dead for a very long time, because that's not what your modern gamer really has been trained to expect or play. So it is incredibly difficult to make something that like a real-time strategy in modern times. It's going to have to be amazingly good. Notably, all the Red Alert games were just released without any fanfare on Steam. I haven't seen anybody on YouTube playing any of the Red Alert games. They were excited that they came out. I'm sure people bought them, but I don't think anybody really actually is playing them or thinks that they would get viewers by playing them. Covering a real-time strategy as a Let's Player would be difficult, to say the least. I do expect at some point I might play Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, StarCraft 2, but that is almost for historical reasons. I'm not really expecting that I'd ever play anything new, and I don't know what you really could do with real-time strategy that wouldn't very quickly feel like you're just playing a MOBA and you just have to have massively high actions per second with mouse and keyboard gameplay. Even the old real-time strategy games may be a little too demanding and a little too fast-paced for me these days. And I suppose that's something, if you were going to re-release StarCraft or any old real-time strategies, it might help to have a slow down button and just slow down the pace completely. The closest thing we've had to real-time strategies have been strategy games without the real-time, where it's turn-based. And some of those have been fairly popular in the past 5 to 10 years. But I don't think I can name an actual real-time strategy game recently that's that popular. Xbox's PC games are heavily discounted in its Steam publisher sale. Prison Architect 2 has been delayed by another 4 months. And that's it for Video Games Chronicles headlines. Not that many. Looks like we might have a decent amount of Komatsu articles today, though, so let's go through them. Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game, launches this fall for the PS4, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Excuse me, that was PS5. We are at the point now where I think we can expect PS5 games exclusively to release. Yeah, particularly with the PS5 Pro thought to be around the corner. There is some speculation DF Retro had as far as the PS5 Pro having a enhanced visuals mode that would even be a step up from the Pro graphics enhanced visual mode that's available on the standard PS5. Which, yeah, I guess that would be about one good sales point you could add to it. Otherwise, it is very hard to justify selling a Pro version of the PS5. ID at Xbox Showcase is set for April 29th. Here we have a very different logo and screenshot from what we saw from VideoGamesChronicle.com. I like it a little bit better, but it definitely feels old school and green, and is definitely promoting IGN more, which it is streaming on IGN, but it's also on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. I didn't know you could stream long form on TikTok. I guess you can. Or at least I guess Xbox can. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 DLC character Zuko launches April 24th. This is obviously an Avatar: The Last Airbender character. So All-Star Brawl 2, I guess released. It's the other Warner Brothers one that may still not have released, or after it took itself off from sale. Yeah, obviously these fighting games though are nothing compared to Smash Brothers. Probably never will actually compare to Smash Brothers. They're in a weird position too. Even if you were a PC streamer, I still don't know if I'd feel confident playing All-Star Brawl or the Warner Brothers one. I feel like you'd still just get a bunch of Content ID claims in the same way that playing Smash Brothers would get you Content ID claims or copyright strikes. It's too many different musics and characters and visuals from too many different forms of cartoons. Compile Heart to reveal a new title, Z, on April 24th. It is likely Death End Request Code Zion. That's the speculation from Gamatsu, at least. Very much that is an announcement for an announcement. Death End Request Code Zion. Not really sure what kind of game that would be. Which, let's see. It says it's a Japanese RPG. Okay. That would have been my guess. Shin Megami Tensei series character designer Kazuma Kaneko leaves Atlus after 35 years. and joins Colo Pool. Embracer Group to transform into 3 separate companies: Asmodee Group, Coffee Stain and Friends, and Middle Earth Enterprise and Friends. I assume the and Friends are going to disappear fairly quickly. Those are just too long of titles. Cyber Citizen Shockman 3, The Princess from Another World, is coming to the PS4 and 5, the Xbox One and Series, and Switch on May 3rd. This is the 3rd entry in a PC Engine side-scrolling action game series. So this has to be a fairly old game for PC Engine. Yeah. PC Engine, not really a big console in the United States, so I don't know a lot about it. It's not on PC though, which you'd think that would be the easiest thing for it to be emulated on. It was released on PC at some point, but there's no Steam link here. Also, it's just not a name I recognize, so it wouldn't be that relevant to me. I could go down a rabbit hole playing a bunch of games like this, and they just wouldn't be worth the time. Hatsune Miku, The Planet of Wonder and Fragments of Wishes is now available for Xbox One and PC. This was previously released for the Switch, I believe. We already had decided to make a YouTube short on that. Looks like it's a bunch of mini games. Puglia Magica Madoka Magica Magia Exedra has been announced for iOS and Android. I don't think I pronounced that quite right. Puglia Magi Madoka Magica Magia Exedra. This is a remade and rebooted and continued anime series, or game based on an anime series, where it looks like your average Sailor Moon type series with magical girls type series, but it is created by the anime is created by a team that is much more interested in telling a darker tale. So every story often involves this main protagonist character dying over and over again, and time being reset, and then her dying over and over again. Other characters die. There is a very shock about 3 or 4 episodes into the series where it looks like it's all fun and games and nobody's ever actually going to get hurt, and then one of the characters just dies very quickly. They after that point are fighting life and death in very bloody fights, and they are making deals with a devil effectively to sell their souls and encase their souls to get the magical powers. And it is very much, there's a saying in the United States, mamas don't let your kids grow up to be cowboys. This is the twist on that, to say mamas don't let your daughters grow up to be magical girls, because they are dooming themselves to a life of pain and misery. So the visuals are quite artistically in complete sharp contrast to the actual themes and story, which that's one of the things that an occasional good anime can do, is it can shock you and use visuals to trick you, whereas a cartoon that did that would have real problems. And we've seen that over and over again when you have something like Ren and Stimpy and people going, well, that's a cartoon, but obviously the themes in Ren and Stimpy are for mature adults, or Beavis and Butthead, or South Park, even The Simpsons. Every single time animation has been used, there has been a heavy backlash in the West of it being thought of as being for kids. And it took decades, frankly, until people started to figure it out. Like Family Guy, I think, for the most part, people figured out it was a cartoon, but it wasn't a cartoon that was airing on Saturday morning, and it wasn't a cartoon for kids. But yeah, it took a lot of pushback and a lot of education of the Western audience to realize that. And still, even today, if a Western animator made something like this with the cutesy moe, I'd say these are moe characters. Yeah, if you were to make something like this in the West and then have the same themes, that would be a real problem. Now, interesting, I don't think the character I've seen that looks like this, the species, has ever been green in what I've seen. But there is also a lot of Magical Madoka series I haven't seen. No telling what kind of mobile game this would be. It probably couldn't be too much of a gacha game because there aren't that many characters. I wouldn't be surprised if it is somewhat of a gacha game where you just get copies of the same characters and you level them up. But yeah, it could be kind of anything. It is also, I guess, worth pointing out that Magical Madoka was something that was fairly popular, I'd say 3 to 5 years ago, when in part the first couple of series, like there's a movie series and then there's a first TV series, and the two are almost exactly the same, whereas every sequel may feel or start the same but then changes as the timelines change. They kind of play around too much with that at the beginning. But yeah, those were on Netflix 3 to 5 years ago, and so this is a game that is very late to the party, I think, for when it could have been most popular. And that still seems to be very much the case for video games based on animes, is that they take 2 to 4 years too late, too long to release, even if you are just making a mobile game. I think they're probably striving to get better at that and faster at releasing games when shows tend to be fairly popular, but that'll still be at least one season too late around the hype. And there's plenty of anime series that are hyped about for that first season and then just never get a sequel and never continue in any form. Anyways, moving on. This week's Japanese game releases: Stellar Blade, Sandland, Eiyuden Chronicle, 100 Heroes, Saga Emerald Beyond, and more. Wow, it is really a bevy of Japanese-centric or high sellers, potentially, for Japanese fan base. There have been weeks and weeks in the past month where it felt like almost nothing was coming out in Japan, and now they're getting a game based off of the manga from the creator of Dragon Ball, a Korean lewd action I guess it would be KRPG because it's a Korean game, and then what I believe are 2 other JRPGs. Yep. And that was quite a lot. Not even touching on like Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Sweep the Board. Yeah, and it's ignoring Top Spin 2K25. Alright, that seems like a lot. The digital list here is fairly long too, so maybe this is just a good sales time for games in Japan, but also a lot of these games are launching worldwide, so this is just a summer sale, I guess, of where games are back somewhat. for the summer. Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes sequel has been planned, despite that the creator, I believe, died. Which shouldn't be super surprising. Multiplayer first-person shooter Arena Breakout Infinite has been announced for PC. I'm not going to make another short on this because I probably already did. I think I might be going through some headlines I already covered, so we might want to just burn through these fairly quickly if you start looking too familiar. Splash for PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series and Switch launches May 2nd. Biped 2 announced for all consoles and PC. Otome visual novel Meiji Tokyo Rinka Full Moon coming to Switch and PC in 2024 worldwide. Open world action game Unending Dawn adds a PS5 version. The Flame of Faith Everlasting gameplay trailer is also available on Gematsu. Mystery adventure game Zombie Police Christmas Dating with Police Zombies announced for PC. These are all old things we talked about, at least in the last stream, so I think we can burn through these without spending a lot of time on them. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Stellar Played XBB collaboration music video Eve is available online. V Rising Ruins of Mortium gameplay trailer is available on Gematsu. Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 is coming to the PS5 on June 20th. Duckside Public Beta is now available. Darkest Dungeon 2 is coming to the PS4 and 5 on July 15th. Monolith Requiem of the Ancients rebranded to Astor Blade of the Monolith. That brings about an interesting question, certainly, as to should I make another YouTube short on a game if it changes its name? Probably. I mean, that really is important information to know. That is a rare exception, but it does make sense. If somebody is looking for a game that just never will come out because it's under a different name, that's not helpful to anybody. Fabledom launches May 13th for PC and later for the PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch. It's a Fairy Tale Kingdom simulator with a giant beanstalk. And this one's not on the fault list, so I may have hit a section here of things I did miss in maybe the stream before the last stream. Hot Lap Racing launches July 16th. I'm not going to make a short on that. That's too boring of a game. Famitsu sales from 4.8 to 4.14 has been updated. Let's see what we have. We have a Nintendo Switch Utakata no Utronia from Broccoli taking the #1 space. And I'd assume that is an otome visual novel that is being depicted here in this screenshot. Young Maiden visual novel, which also may speak to just the wide shift we're having between one week and the other, and that the #1 seller is a new visual novel, and then it is just your standard games otherwise. Rise of the Ronin for PS5 in the 6th space, whereas everything else until the 18th space is a Nintendo Switch game, most of which are just the same old Nintendo Switch games, continuing to sell very well. It's kind of surprising how well they sell. I wonder if it is a case in Japan that maybe there's just not that much inventory. So if you want to buy Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, maybe you have to put it on reserve for months and months. Maybe you have to just find it in store and buy it when you can. Whereas in the United States, something like Smash Bros. Ultimate, there would be a decent number of extra copies in every storefront, and you could just buy it if you wanted it. Maybe not in the first couple of weeks, there might be a shortage, but video games almost never have shortages. Otherwise, it's pretty easy to print discs, but it is harder in Japan to have giant stores with lots of extra shelf space compared to the United States, which has big open lands, and Walmarts in particular, super Walmarts, are giant compared to what a store in Japan would be. The only other new game is way down here in the 27th spot with RPG Maker With, launching for the Switch on the 27th spot. Hardware sales still staying pretty consistent, and yeah, I have no idea what the Xbox Series X and S did, but they have managed to get enough inventory on shelves, or get enough Japanese people willing to buy it, or get enough foreigners living in Japan willing to buy it. Very possibly it's that case, but we haven't seen them really go up and down, and their numbers were pathetically low in the past. It's still really no comparison to even the PS5 digital edition, and the PS5 and its different versions are still no comparison to the Switch OLED model, and that's not even combining Switch Lites and Switch Originals. We have finally started to see them not report any Nintendo DS Double D XLs, and it doesn't seem like it won't be too long before they stop reporting PlayStation 4 sales. Yeah. And if we start to see many weeks where PlayStation 4s don't sell even one unit, that will be the point where we can assume we won't see PlayStation 4 games being released anymore at all. Even if it was a PlayStation 4 compatible game, they may just go out of their way to say it's a PS5 exclusive game, and well, a PS5 game, and sell it that way. It is kind of funny that there isn't a point where you start selling PS5 games and just have a little indicator on it on the back that says also playable on PS4, but no real branding or advertisement on the front. Anyways, moving on. Mecha Break PC second closed beta test set for April 26th to the 29th. That is still in the future, so I guess that's still valid information. Cozy Caravan developer walkthrough gameplay is available on Gematsu. This looks like this might be a interesting family-friendly game. I guess the single-player top-down journey experience. Feels fairly close to the Tales of the Shire game also. I guess it was pretty easy to make games that feel somewhat similar like that. Silly Polybeast story and gameplay trailer and screenshots are available on Gematsu. That's yet another game I don't recognize. What may have happened here is that I might have accidentally made YouTube shorts on a collection of games I was supposed to look at first. That is a possibility. I don't think I did that, but I don't have any other explanation as to how I would have missed this. This screams something that would at least catch my attention a little bit, in that it has half anime girl and half horror shooter. Maybe I dismissed it because of that. That is a possibility, certainly, that this does kind of have that asset flip garbage game feel, too. Gmod Archives Plus Persona 3 Aegis, the first mission announced for Switch and PC. So this would be another one of these Gmod spin-offs. That does make an interesting question, certainly. If you wanted to play all the Persona games, would you be willing to play this spin-off game? Doesn't seem like you really have a choice if you don't speak English. I mean, if you don't speak Japanese, though. Yeah. So, no option for me there. And I'm not going to make YouTube shorts on non-English games. I already make too many shorts already. Tenshi no Uta collection announced for Switch. Right. So, Tenshi no Uta. I think Uta might be king. Or hero. Here you have two games with what is basically a generation difference in animation style here. Here you have a early 90s, late 80s heavy pencil mark style for these characters, and this style itself kind of stands out as something completely different. And then here you have late 90s style where the eyes are even bigger and the mouth is even bigger, and there's smoother skin, less battle damage and pencil marking going on, big heads, whereas the heads were a little bit more anatomically correct in the past. The fashion here on this side is a little bit more detailed than this, and honestly these might be games that were released within only a couple years, and it may just be different animators, because there's a fair variety also that would be happening there. These are PC Engine games once again, so whatever you even see on the cover art is not going to be anywhere close to the pixely art you actually see in the game. Moving on. Level 5 Vision 2024 to the World's Children postponed to summer. So I assume this would have been an announcement of games that they were going to talk about. And Inazuma 11 Victory Road was probably a part of that, and it's probably being delayed. We haven't really seen a lot of Japanese companies delaying releases of games lately. It did seem fairly habitual in past years that they would do that, but recently it seems like they've just chosen to not announce things in the first place. But maybe they are catching back to their old way of doing things, and maybe this is a hint that at least level 5 is going to get back to the old way of doing things in Japan, which is to announce a game and then delay it several times and then promote the heck out of it way too much, and then let the game come out and sell as well as it's going to, and then generally just ignore it and not do any post-launch promotion. I would think most companies around the world, though, are pretty bad about post-launch promotions anyways. Most Japanese companies definitely don't want to put games on sale, and that hurts any post-launch sales, certainly. Lost Epic PS5 and Switch physical editions launch August 8th in Japan. Guess we'll leave it at that. Endless Ocean Luminous overview trailer is available on Komatsu. Potionomics Masterwork Edition has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch. This game is already on Steam and has been for a couple years. It is rated very positively. I guess the question would be, is the Masterwork Edition in any way better than the PC version, or do you just need to buy some DLC to get the same experience as the Masterwork Edition? Or does it really not change much at all that it is the Masterwork Edition? They're saying the Shop Simulator comes to console with a bevy of new features, which then makes an argument to not bother to play it or purchase it on Steam until we find out whether you're going to get those new features or whether those new features are important. 9 RIP is coming to the West in 2024. It's an otome visual novel from Idea Factory International. Let's see. If I was a parent of a teenage daughter, getting them into reading otome visual novels would be a great way to get them to read and a great way to keep them busy. That is making one assumption, however, which is that even in Japan, it is teenage daughters and young maidens who are actually reading the otome visual novels and not really 24 and 25-year-old women who are reading it, which may very well be the case. And frankly, if you have a 12 or 13 son or daughter and you can get them into visual novels, otome visual novels, romance books at all, it's probably not a terrible thought to get them into that. Like, they will spend so much time reading that they won't have time to actually go out and date as much and cause trouble otherwise. Yeah, raise your kids to be lovers, not fighters, and it will save you a lot of frustration. And little boys even, like, get them interested in other things than running, jumping, punching, and action violent type things. And maybe they will do a little less running, jumping, and punching as they grow up. Of course, that's often not doable with the often high amount of homophobia that is spread out amongst kids who don't really know what they're doing or saying or repeating. Moving on, Golden Axe animated series has been announced by Comedy Central. I'll be really surprised if this even makes it to the end of one season. SteamWorld Heist 2 announced for all consoles and PC. Did we get that on the fall list? Yes, we did. Duck Detective: The Secret Salami launches May 23rd for Switch and PC. Shim launches July 18th. This was the game where you hide in the shadows of people, I believe, to move around. These are older stories, but probably doesn't hurt to go through them a second time. Embroidery puzzle game Stitch Period is now available for Switch. I'm surprised there haven't been more embroidery games, but also not that surprised because embroidery is a pretty easy thing to do in the real world, and yeah, you would get way more satisfaction actually doing embroidery in the real world than doing it digitally. And there's really only a monetary limitation on stitching, and it's not that high. It's pretty cheap to get fabric and thread and a few needles. You know, you could get an embroidery kit for the price of one game and be set for probably weeks, if not months. Fast-paced side-scrolling platformer Bist is coming to Switch this summer. This is another game that already was on Steam. One-button rhythm game, A Dance of Fire and Ice, is coming to Switch this fall. I wonder if I could play a one-button rhythm game. Probably not. It seems like what you have to do is hit the button in timing with the spinning around it. Even though this was rated very positively, I do think this is just not the kind of game that I would ever want to bother trying. I think I'd just fail miserably having no rhythm myself. Cat Quest 3 launches August 8th. And we almost certainly already have made a YouTube short around that. So that's all the Gamatsu articles, which just is going to leave me with GameDeveloper.com articles. And since I've already looked at all the games that came out today, that means that I have basically 4 tabs at the moment to close, and then everything on this window could be turned into YouTube Shorts, and then the window can be closed via my automated macro, which that cleans up very nicely. I thought that doing it this way would somehow put things out of order and mess with the system, but no, the system worked very nicely, and I can't imagine a scenario off the top of my head where it wouldn't have worked nicely. Of course, yes, we still have some problems with GameDeveloper.com's macro. So really it is a case where half of my macros are broken. And they all broke fairly quickly, too. ESA says members won't support any plan for libraries to preserve games online. We already talked about that. It's interesting that they're saying their members won't support any plan for libraries to preserve games online. So who is really the authority here? Is it the ESA telling companies that are members of the ESA what to do? Or is it the members of the company telling the ESA to put out a statement? Like, it sometimes feels like there isn't much of a difference, but at the end of the day, there usually is only one person making decisions and making the final say. And it seems to me like it probably is somebody, or a board at least, at the ESA, which is made up in part with Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. Let's see, what other headlines do we have? We talked about Strange Scaffolds El Paso Elsewhere becoming a movie, even though I've never heard of that game. And then Atomic Calm changing its name to Starlight Games, gaining the Wipeout co-creator Nick Bercombe. That's a new headline, but I'm not going to bother to go any further. You know, GameDeveloper.com is probably the best site to just read the headlines and not click on the links. Embracer CEO's Lars Wingfors hopes to stick around until at least 2041. So, yeah, look at these screenshots. These are just regular screenshots, but then this one and this one seem to be embracing a pattern and a different visual style. I wonder if they're going to once again try to rebrand. They rebranded fairly recently as far as just visual aesthetics. And Crafton acquiring a minority stake in Forever Skies developer Far From Home. Embracer splitting into 3 standalone companies to search for winning formulas. Not that they know what the winning formulas are. Kabam is taking Marvel Contest of Champions to alternative app stores. That was a couple days ago. And then Amazon has confirmed a second season of Fallout is on its way. And then there was also this Overwatch 2 players who use unapproved peripherals could receive permanent bans, which no continued story or follow-up on that. I think we probably covered everything else here well enough. Alright, and so that's going to be the end of the show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, and keep on watching. Thanks.